I watched one. Okay. Yeah. It was really good. I know, and I wanted to take those.
Turn number 257. We know this song well. There's two verses to it, and the second verse is kind of new to me. So.
What number?
257.
Jesus is Lord, my Redeemer. How He loves me, how I love Him. He is risen, He is coming. Lord, come quickly.
Well, good morning, everyone. I'm glad you're here for an excellent day. Just a quick couple of administrative announcements before we have an opening prayer and I hand it off to our speakers. Again, if you don't know, restrooms in the back, one here. If those are both filled up, there's one downstairs and one upstairs. We ask that you not bring any liquids other than water into the auditorium. Invariably, someone says, I don't spill my coffee, and they do, and we have a coffee stain. So, only water in the auditorium, please. You're welcome to have snacks and coffee in the kitchen area. Fire exits are marked, and please silence your cell phones. Finally, there is a note-taking booklet on the back. Make sure you get one so you can take notes and take it home to reference later. And with that, Steve is going to open us in prayer, and then we'll hand it off to Dr. Miller.
Please join me in prayer. Our Heavenly Father, we thank you for the opportunity to come today to learn more from Dr. Miller about how your word only strengthens science, or that everything was created by you, and that this seminar helps us have confidence in sharing that with others. Lord, we thank you for Dr. Miller and his family taking the time to come visit us and share the lessons that he's prepared. We pray for the people who aren't in attendance here today that we could encourage them, share with them that these seminars are available, and hopefully create conversations with our friends and family who have yet to believe in you. We ask your blessing on this day. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Amen.
Good morning. Appreciate you being here today. A lot of material we'll be covering today. As David said, there are these note-taking booklets that'll help you kind of stay along with where we're at in this study. So much material we're going to be covering, it's probably going to feel exhausting to you, so these booklets will kind of help you stay on track. Also be aware that this book, Flooded, that I wrote, has so much of the material that I'll be covering throughout the rest of this seminar in an abbreviated way, very layman level understanding of material is all that's needed. It's not highly technical. It has a lot of pictures and so forth, make it easier to kind of stay along with some of the things that I'll be talking about. A lot of things that I cover in the book I don't cover in the seminar, and there's some things in the seminar I talk about that are not in the book. In our previous two sessions, we began a journey of systematically constructing the biblical creation model using science, reason, Scripture, the actual evidence. We don't have a blind faith. That is not a biblical idea. Christianity is first and foremost based on reality, truth, an actual history of the world where the things that we believe in can be substantiated with enormous amounts of evidence. But you have people like Michael Shermer who made this challenge to theists, for biblical creationists. He said, for creationists to disprove evolution, they need to unravel all these independent lines of evidence that he talks about in his book. Evidences, he says, are for evolution, which we deal with in our writings at Apologetics Press, as well as construct a rival theory that can explain them, those lines of evidence, better than the theory of evolution. And according to him, they have yet to do so. And so the first half of his challenge, again, we meet elsewhere. I have an entire seminar that just systematically reviews the evidences that are said to be in support of evolution and refutes that. But what we're trying to do in this seminar is meet the second half of his challenge here, and that is the idea that we need a rival theory, a rival perspective on the evidence that can make sense of all of it, explain all of it in light of a biblical creation perspective. And so notice that it's our responsibility not only to refute error, which is the first half of his challenge, but we also then have to teach the truth to fill in that void that we leave whenever we refute the error. Fill in that void before some other model steps in and tries to promote itself, and then we've got another model that we have to refute. So if we want to be able to convince people of the truth of the biblical creation model, then we need to be able to provide the evidence that supports our own position and be able to lay our position out in an effective way as well. God expects us to do that. First of all, it's interesting that we might not really tend to think about this when we're studying the Bible, but science is not an enemy of the Bible. God himself actually instituted the field of science. In fact, commanded us to engage in science. So way back in the Garden of Eden, after he created Adam and Eve, what did he tell them to do? He told them to fill the earth and subdue it, have dominion over the fish, the birds, every living thing that moves on the earth. So we're supposed to subdue and have dominion over the earth. That's essentially the goal of science. Romans 1:20, we find that we can learn about the existence of God and even learn some of his characteristics, his nature, by studying the things that are made. So studying creation, all right, that's engaging in science. This is what science does. The Bible's not anti-science. God is not anti-science. Psalm 19:1, we find that the heavens actually declare God's glory and his handiwork. Now, why would God tell us that if he didn't want us to look at the heavens, his handiwork? And so now, of course, we're doing science again, studying space in this case. 1 Thessalonians 5:21, test all things, hold fast what is good. That's basically an 8-word summary of the scientific method. All right, so the Bible's not anti-science. True science and the Bible are not at odds. God himself actually instituted the field of science. Think about Psalm 111:2, which would make a good thematic verse for our study this weekend. The works of the Lord are great, studied by all who have pleasure in them. Is this not an encouragement of science? The study of nature, the works of the Lord, and what they tell us about God. This is an important reason for why we should do science and study creation science. So God instituted science. The creation is his handiwork. It shows us His glory. He wants us to study these things. Studying the Bible from a scientific perspective actually makes science way more interesting, which is, I believe, was God's intention. The works of the Lord are studied by those who have pleasure in them. I think of Genesis 2:19, where God has Adam name the animals, and with that, He institutes the field of biology, classification of living creatures. Job 38:33, God highlights for Job the natural laws that govern the universe that He put into place. That's physics in action. Do you know the ordinances or the laws of the heavens, and can you set their dominion or rule over the earth? I think of Job's words in Job 12, speak to the earth and it'll teach you. Who among all these does not know that the hand of the Lord has done this, in whose hand is the life of every living thing and the breath of all mankind? So speak to the earth, it'll teach you, Job said. That's geology. I think of God's words to Abraham, look now toward the heaven and count the stars if you're able to number them. All right, now we're doing cosmology and astronomy. You have a basic recipe for antibacterial soap that God gives the Israelites in Numbers 19. There's chemistry in action. The basic thrust of several laws of science are articulated in Scripture, including the first and second laws of thermodynamics, the law of causality, the law of biogenesis. I mentioned to you last night, remember that in the book of Job, whenever Job is feeling like he's been treated unfairly by all the things that have happened to him, he kind of has a bit of an attitude, and he actually starts kind of popping off to God about this, like, how is this fair? I need an explanation here. And remember that God's response to Job is not a Bible lesson, but a science lesson that covers geology, cosmology, astronomy, physics, oceanography, nomology, optics, meteorology, and biology, including zoology, ornithology, entomology, herpetology, botany, and marine biology. The Bible's loaded with science. The Bible speaks often of scientific matters, and it does so accurately every time. The Bible and science are in perfect harmony, as you would expect them to be, God having instituted the field of science. So let's talk about a scientific model for a moment. This is a term that I'll be using this a lot. And so what is a model in science? This is just a way to take the physical evidence around us that we gather by studying the universe and explain it in terms of a perspective, a bigger picture about what we think is going on in the universe. It's basically like a worldview from a scientific perspective. So if your model is correct, then it's going to be able to explain all the physical evidence today, and even is going to be able to make scientific predictions about what will likely happen in the future if our model is correct. It's going to be able to explain the evidence correctly. So a model may have several theories that are strung together to try to explain all the evidence within that bigger perspective. So the naturalist, the atheist, they have a model, okay? And their model is to view everything without any supernatural. And so they have a bunch of theories that they use to try to explain everything in light of that bigger model of atheism, there being no supernatural involvement. And so they have Darwinian evolution and the Big Bang theory. These are theories that are within the naturalistic model. Now, the biblical creation model tries to explain everything from a different perspective, right? It starts with the Bible. It starts with the realization that there is a God that has been involved in the universe and done things. And so we have to explain everything in light of that more biblical scope, all of the evidence that we gather. Again, we have different theories within the biblical creation model that we have to use to try to explain what we see, because the Bible doesn't come out and give us all of the information that is necessary to explain everything, especially scientifically. But there's already a fundamental difference between the naturalistic model and the biblical creation model. And that is the material we covered last night. Okay, the naturalistic model starts with no evidence for the bulk of its foundational beliefs. It has a blind faith And the idea that matter and energy could just pop into existence or exist forever, that life could come from non-life, that scientific laws could just write themselves into existence and start governing the whole universe, that genetic information could just create itself within the genome, that the effect of the universe could come about without a cause in defiance of the law of causality. So notice there's several things they just have to believe in blindly, that there's no evidence to support it. Whereas we start with certain assumptions that are based on powerful evidence, the existence of God, the fact that the God is specifically the God of the Bible and the Bible's inspired, right? So we talked about that last night. So we already start with this foundation of truth. Now it's just a matter of trying to figure out, okay, what are we to make of what the Bible says happened? So the biblical creation model already has a solid foundation. We're now just trying to get the details, whatever we can get from the evidence that God has left for us. We're just going to try to fill in the gaps. So in our first two sessions, we established the first three planks in our systematic construction of the creation model. And now in our next, our sessions today, 3 sessions today, we're going to look at the next 2 planks in this structure. So what does the biblical creation model claim with regard to the origin and history of the universe? Events that would be very relevant to us making sense of everything out here. And then are we able to then take that and do science with it, make actual predictions and so forth in science, therefore making it a valid model? Now, if we're going to build this biblical creation model and try to make sense of what's going on, when we look at the Bible, there are 2 key events that are essential to take into account if we're going to properly understand the universe around us. And that is what is taught in Genesis 1 and really 1 through 3 and then 6 through 9 in the flood. Now obviously we can't observe a global flood today, and we can't observe what God did during creation week. And so those events have to be studied as historical science. Now events of historical science you can't directly observe today. The naturalistic model includes historical science. The Big Bang Theory, the spontaneous generation of life, Darwinian evolution, these have not been observed to occur. And the creation model has historical science components as well. And since you can't observe those events, you have to make theories about what happened to try to explain the evidence. So the biblical creation model, again, is different because we know that creation had to happen, and we know the flood had to happen because we know God exists and we know the Bible's inspired. So it's just a matter of trying to develop theories to explain the details. And so we have to keep in mind that while the Bible does explicitly tell us God, the Creator, created the universe and that there was a global flood, the Bible doesn't explicitly say everything that happened in those events. And so it sometimes will give us clues that help us to know what might have happened scientifically, but you oftentimes can't know for sure. And so you need good theories that can explain the physical evidence if you want to be able to defend the biblical account of history against modern attacks. Okay, that's really what we're working up to here. We want to learn about the neat things God has done, but we also want to prepare ourselves to defend the Bible from the attacks people are making. That is why it's valuable to have this model and have theories within it to explain the evidence around us. So that's what we're going to do now, is flesh out this model, kind of where we're at in creation science today. And I would estimate that the Brotherhood is about 35 years behind the times on this. We've really been stuck back in things that were studied and some of which have been moved away from years ago as science has continued to progress among creationists. But I want to start digging through the text here in Genesis to see what we can draw out from the text that'll help us to develop a scientific creation model, which is really what Shermer was challenging us to do. So if you want to open your Bibles to Genesis chapter 1, that's where we'll start. But I'll also have the passages up here on the screen. And we'll move pretty quickly because I want to cover a lot of science in this session and the next session, chapters 1 through 11. And I think you'll find it maybe is a unique approach to this. And you're probably going to be hearing a lot of things that you haven't heard before, because again, we're kind of behind the times on this. But I hope you enjoy the journey, because the works of the Lord are great, studied by all who have pleasure in them. Very first verse of the Bible, In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. We have a statement here with several scientific implications that you have to keep in mind if you're going to make sense of the universe around you. First of all, the ultimate engineer of the universe who designed it and created it is God. It's Elohim in the Hebrew, which is actually plural, as opposed to already Big Bang cosmology. The universe didn't create itself, which would again violate the first law of thermodynamics. Rather, it was created by someone outside of the box. Okay, so that someone had to be a being that is not part of the universe because he created the universe. So he's outside of that imaginary box I talked about last night, the box that contains the whole universe. In other words, he's not natural. He is supernatural, being outside or above nature. So what we can know about him, this being, is limited to what he tells us about himself and whatever we can learn about him from what he created, and this isn't always easy because, as I talked about last night, his creation has been so corrupted over time. Now, in order to fill out our model here in Genesis 1, we can draw from other passages that give us some interesting insights about this event. Concerning Christ, in Colossians 1:15 through 17, it says, "For by him all things were created that are in heaven and that are on earth, visible and invisible." So it's easy to think about the creation week, and we notice that God is mentioned as creating the universe. In Genesis 1:1, the Holy Spirit is alluded to there, hovering over the face of the water, verse 2. But according to this passage, as well as John 1:3, Hebrews 1:2, Jesus is actually the one through whom the universe is created. He was there in Genesis 1 doing the work. All things were made through him, and without him nothing was made that was made. All right, other information about this initial creation event. God spoke the universe into existence from nothing. Hebrews 11 highlights this. By faith, we understand that the universe was created by the word of God, so that what is seen was not made out of things that are visible. Psalm 33:6 and 9, "By the word of the Lord the heavens were made, and all the host of them by the breath of his mouth. For he spoke, and it was done. He commanded, and it stood fast." So the universe is actually spoken into existence. So we're picturing words that have omnipotent power being spoken, merely stated. These words have this kind of power, and it brings everything into existence from nothing. So remember, the first law of thermodynamics tells us that nothing that can come into existence on its own in nature. That's why the Big Bang is not possible if you stick with the evidence. Nothing can create itself. The only way to get something from nothing, according to science, according to the evidence, is if there is someone outside of the box that can actually put the stuff in there, which is what verse 1 implies happened at the very beginning. All right, so then we take the note of the words, "in the beginning." Well, in the beginning of what? Well, the beginning of everything Moses is about to tell us. So the beginning of everything in the universe, the whole history of the universe. And notice, again, that would include time as well. And that can have apologetics implications. So remember from our last session that time has to be a created thing. Okay, Titus 1:2 speaks of God's promise of eternal life, a promise that the text says was given before time began, right? Speaking of this initial creation of the universe, which includes the time dimension. So time is created, otherwise you'd have to say that time exists outside of God and that even he is subject to it, since he didn't create it. Now obviously we're time creatures, we're temporal beings, and so we cannot even envision a realm that doesn't have time. What would that be like? But God's realm apparently doesn't have time unless he chose to create it there. So there's no such thing as before God, because that would imply the existence of time in his realm. So what a crazy idea, right? We can't even get our mind around that. We also note from this verse that the heavens, which would be our modern concept of space, were also created by God. This is something that had to be created. It's not just pure nothingness, although there were no stars in it initially. And so we would argue, again, space is not nothing. It had to be created. Also notice from this verse that the first things created, before anything else in the universe, time, the earth, in space. Now again, this immediately contradicts the conventional thinking, the Big Bang, which has, for example, the Earth coming about billions of years after the Big Bang and after other stars and galaxies were already around. And so according to the Big Bang model, the Earth wasn't around in the beginning. Okay, it was around billions of years later, and many other things happened long before the Earth came around. We can also infer that the Earth must be kind of special to God. Now this is an important concept. Nothing that an omniscient, rational God would do would be pointless, okay, random. He's going to have a reason for everything that he does, and he chose to create the earth first, before anything else in the universe was created. It was to the earth, of course, that God had already predetermined to send Jesus as a sacrifice, Ephesians 3:11. So this is surely significant, and scientifically this would cause us to surmise that maybe the earth it could be in a special place in the universe. Now again, that would immediately contradict conventional cosmology among the Big Bang cosmologists who firmly believe in this fundamental, what's called the Copernican principle. And this is the idea that the earth is not special. It's not in a special favored place. This is just an accident, and it's average, right? Because this all just happened naturally from their perspective. So we would be fundamentally different from secular models in how we would approach where the earth would even be in the universe. Notice also that from the moment when the heavens and the earth were created, three-dimensional space is created as well. So your length, width, height, in addition to the time dimension. Now again, this is hard to envision a realm where there are no such things as dimensions. But the spirit realm apparently has no such thing as length, width, and height unless God chose to create it there. So any of the times in the Bible where you have that sort of thing being mentioned, it's couched in this very figurative language. It's not actual giving you literal, the earth is, or the heaven is actually a cube, that kind of a thing. This is all symbolic that has underlying meaning to it. It's not talking about actual physical dimensions, because dimensions are physical. This is a spiritual realm we're talking about. So there is no over here and over there and big and small in the spirit realm. Again, how can we envision that? How can we conceive of that idea? It's very foreign to us because of how we were created. It's also possible that other dimensions were created at this point, which are as yet unknown. Also on the first day of the week there, we read, the earth was without form and void, and darkness was on the face of the deep, and the Spirit of God was hovering over the face of the water. So the earth was initially covered with, possibly composed of, water. Now again, this contradicts conventional Big Bang thinking, which suggests the earth was initially molten, not being covered with or made of water. Also on day one, of course, God created light. This is the thing that we emphasize to our kids in our songs and so forth. But notice this is not nearly all of what's created on this first day. Now we naturally ask, how could there have been light before the sun's even around? It's not created till day 4. Well, we know that light comes in many different forms, some of which you can't even see with the naked eye. You have your ultraviolet light and X-rays and infrared light and radio waves and so forth. So if the earth if it already has a core and a mantle, there's going to be light below the surface of the earth. But either way, the physical entity light is created, which would have included the light spectrum. More specifically from the text, though, concerning this light, it has to be directional. Okay? And some say, well, this light has to do with the initial Big Bang. Some people have argued that. Well, that can't be sustained in light of the text, no pun intended. Verses 4 and 5 indicate God divides this light and then defines for us day and night based on this division. He then uses the words evening and morning in conjunction with the day and night that he defined. Now, none of that makes sense if you try to make this couple with the Big Bang. It doesn't fit. So whatever this light was, it's used as a means to mark days by. And so apparently the Earth's rotation had begun in order to be able to use the terms day, night, evening, and morning for the earth. So again, this is implying a directional light with possibly the earth's rotation beginning. So what was this light? What would this have been? Was it a temporary supernatural light that maybe ended when the sun was created by day 4? We don't know. And if that is what he did, then notice no one ever saw it, because humans weren't even around until day 6. But again, I find it interesting that it's important enough to God to mention this. It's important to God to have light around, already helping to mark days and nights from the very beginning, before he had even taken the time to create the sun yet. And remember, God wouldn't do something like that without reason. It's though he was anticipating some of the ideas people have come up with today to try to make evolution and the Big Bang somehow fit with the Bible. It's as though he was anticipating that and took it off the table right off the bat. We also gather from the text that the creation days are literal, approximately 24-hour days, what we would consider to be a normal day. Now I say approximately because it's possible that the Earth's rotation today isn't exactly to the minute what it was when it was originally created. So the Earth's rotation may have slowed, for example, slightly. Whenever you have impacts from large meteorites, for example, that can slightly adjust the Earth's rotation. It's sometimes easy to forget that Moses is writing to a specific group of people at his time that had a specific understanding of the terms that he was using. Now, to keep that in mind. So it stands to reason that he was using the terms in the way that his audience would have understood those terms. Right? Remember, God is going to speak to us using the terms we understand so that we can understand him. And there is no doubt that his Jewish audience would have understood these days of creation to be normal days, a rotation of the earth, we would say, not eons of time. Right? Their Sabbath rules were based on this understanding. And if they didn't observe those rules correctly, it meant their execution, which is what was commanded by God in one instance there in Judges 15. So give the Bible to a 6-year-old and ask him to read Genesis 1 and see if a child is going to get evolution or eons of time out of the days of Genesis 1. That's not going to happen, which is why virtually nobody thought those things until the 1800s when Darwin came along and started popularizing evolution, and uniformitarian geology started becoming mainstream, and that requires long periods of time. And when you assess uniformitarianism and Darwinian evolution, you find that its alleged evidences are non-existent or weak at best. Again, I have a whole seminar that deals with that. There's no reason to disregard the clear layman reading of the text here. Now, ironically, as though to ensure his audience understood that he's talking about normal, literal days, he used the terms evening and morning repeatedly throughout Genesis 1 in conjunction with the word for day that he used. The Hebrew term for day there is yom. And those words occur 348 times in the Old Testament. And every time they're used, evening and morning, with yom, in the kind of literature we're seeing in Genesis 1, they always refer to evenings and mornings of literal normal days. He also modified the word day with numbers throughout this chapter, right? An evening and morning were the first day, the second day. In the over 200 such occurrences in the Old Testament, the meaning of yom is always a literal normal day. Now, his audience would have understood that he meant a long period of time if he used the Hebrew word dor, for example, instead, which means a long period, a generation. He doesn't do that. He's very specific, and he used practically every means possible to make sure his audience understood these are normal days. And again, keep in mind, he even uses the term evening and morning, even though there's no sun yet. It's as though he wants to make sure that just because there's not a sun around, that humans don't get the impression that these aren't normal days. Which ironically, some in the gap theory crowd and the day-age theory crowd have missed this, thinking that maybe the first few days aren't literal days until the sun shows up. There's lots of different varieties. All right, so that's day one. A lot of information implied in what happens in day one scientifically. On day two, God creates this firmament, literally in Hebrew, an expanse. Now, interestingly, 2 Peter 3:5 weighs in on this The heavens existed long ago, and the earth was formed out of water and through water by the word of God. And commentators are hazy on the meaning of this text, but it seems to be saying God actually made the earth from water, which would explain why at the beginning darkness was on the deep, verse 2, which is associated with water, the deep there, and why the Spirit of God is hovering over the waters. That seems to be what God creates initially there. But either way, God then creates this firmament to separate the waters, this expanse, and we generally understand that to mean the atmosphere, although there are some other possible interpretations that some creation cosmologists have weighed in on. And for the sake of time, I'm not going to get into that. It gets kind of technical, but I do have an article where I discuss some ideas about what this could be referring to. Now, what about day 2 and the vapor canopy theory? I grew up hearing this theory. I thought it made a lot of sense. This was popularized by Henry Morris. It was actually somebody else that developed the theory before him. And this is a theory that originated where it was thought that the waters above the firmament that it's talking about here were like a bubble around the earth. And that had a lot of water in it that then came down in the flood. And theoretically, it would create a greenhouse effect that would make for a warmer, healthier environment with more plants, more of a lush environment, maybe larger life with extended lifespans that would help to explain why humans are living so long. It would explain the warm, uniform climate that the fossils indicate existed in the pre-flood world. It would help shield the earth from cosmic rays. That would allow for also no rain between creation and the flood, which they argued could have been being alluded to there in chapter 2, verses 5 and 6. And so the canopy would potentially hold a lot of water that then came down in the flood and help explain where that water came from. Well, the theory has fallen on hard times because young earth creationists, including the ones that developed the theory, whenever they started studying this, couldn't figure out a way where the greenhouse effect from any substantial amount of water in this canopy wouldn't have been so high that it would have inhibited life on the earth. It would obliterate life. And they couldn't figure out a physical way that it could sustain a lot of water and stay up there. In fact, we have now evidence, what appears to be evidence of rain droplets in pre-flood rock layers that has been fossilized. That appears to be, again, fossilized rain droplets. We also know that rivers existed in the pre-flood world, alluded to in Genesis 2, for example, verses 10 through 14. And these rivers rivers are generally the product of the water cycle, which involves rain, unless you're talking about a stream or something like that could be from an aquifer. But the rivers mentioned in Genesis 2 are large enough to create a branching of 4 different rivers coming off from this. So if there was a canopy of some sort, it probably is not what is being referred to in the separation of the waters here on day 2. This could just be the space between the liquid water on the earth and the atmosphere above, which is what it has really been understood to be for centuries until the last few decades. But again, there is another possibility that I'm not going to get into right now. It'll take too much time. Day number 3. God said, let the waters under the heavens be gathered together into one place and let the dry land appear, and it was so. Now, it's easy to jump over this verse and not think through the potential geological implications of what he's saying here. And so by this point, the earth's crust is created under the waters covering the earth. And it sounds like if the waters are being gathered into one place, not separated by land, what would that imply about the land? Maybe the land's gathered too, which would lend support to the idea of the supercontinent Pangaea, which we'll talk about in our next session, or rather than Pangaea, Rodinia, which is the supercontinent thought to exist before Pangaea. May not have been something you've heard about. So now, how does he do this? How does he gather the water into one place? Does he scoop up the land from the ocean to kind of make the continents? And if he does that, there's going to be mudslides in the beginning of the fossilization of some of the plants that were created on day 3. And then mudslides could be affecting marine creatures on day 5. Some argue that, no, that couldn't be the case because there was absolutely no death until Adam and Eve sinned, including no animal death. And they'll point to, for example, Romans 5, where it says that death entered the world due to sin. But if you check the context here, Romans 5 is clearly talking about the death of humans, not animals. It's not weighing in on that. Notice that death spread to all men because all sin. All right, animals don't sin. They're not being talked about here. They don't even have a soul. Unlike humans, they're not made in the image of God. And so there wouldn't necessarily be a problem with plant and animal death prior to the fall. Since animals are not created in the image of God, then animal death isn't in the same category of significance as human death, which is why Jesus said concerning plant and animal life, are you, humans, not of more value than they? Animal rights people might not like that, but that's Jesus talking, so take it up with him. Also notice Genesis 3:22, the Lord God said, behold, the man has become like one of us to know good and evil. And now, lest he put out his hand and take also of the tree of life and eat and live forever, I'm booting him out, right? Remember, that's what happens after the first sin. Notice that the reason Adam and Eve were not going to be able to live forever in the garden isn't because God made their bodies in such a way that they would be able to physically live forever, as though God created the human body with the capability of doing that. No, it was because God was it wasn't because he was directly supernaturally sustaining their lives. No, it was because they were eating from the special tree of life that God created. That was what was going to give them eternal life. So it stands to reason that entropy already has to be in effect on the earth. And therefore death is at least possible. Or else Adam and Eve wouldn't have needed to eat from the tree of life. So if entropy is already in effect, then death would be a natural result for anyone or anything that doesn't eat from that tree of life. So any living thing that's not eating of the fruit from that tree is not going to live forever. And logically, many animals wouldn't have been eaten from this tree of life because the earth is probably full of animals, including your ocean-dwelling creatures. How are they going to eat this? So all animals wouldn't have been sequestered to the garden. So when you consider that animals are not created in the image of God with immortal souls and were not promised to be able to eat from the tree of life in heaven, then it would stand to reason that the tree of life wasn't for them in the first place. Animals weren't ever intended to live forever. And so it would seem that they could die from the beginning. Now, interestingly, concerning this tree of life, from a scientific perspective, it apparently acts like an anti-entropy tree, an anti-decay tree. Apparently healing Adam and Eve, maybe of any aging or dying components within their body, thus giving them eternal life. And Revelation 22:2 describes the tree of life in heaven, figuratively, with its leaves having healing powers. Okay, which would make sense with what I'm talking about. All right, also on day 3, of course, the plants are created, and you have this phrase, according to their kind. This is an important phrase to scientists that we're going to be looking back at a lot. So notice that the sun isn't even around still. Okay, it's not around until day 4. So if the days of Genesis 1 are actually long periods of time, which some have tried to argue to squeeze evolution into the Bible, then the plants couldn't have survived because the sun isn't created until the following day. And also, if the days are long periods of time, then any plants that have that rely on symbiotic relationships with flying insects and birds, all of those are going to die because the flying creatures aren't even made till even further, day 5. All right, day 4, God creates the stars, the sun, the moon. The stars here would include your modern definition of a star, like the sun that has its own inherent light. But it also, in the Hebrew understanding of this term, would include planets, comets, and so forth. This is any kind of celestial body that gives light. It's reflecting light, gives light on the earth, verse 14 of chapter 1. Some of the purposes of the stars are given. To give us light, to rule the day and night, to divide day and night, to give us a system of reckoning time. So it says for signs, seasons, days, and years. And so with these purposes given to us by God, then you would expect, for example, light from distant stars to already be in place by day 6 so that humans can use it for the purposes God already intended. And notice that would include light from stars that are billions of light years away from us. In other words, there are some stars that are so far away that it would take billions of years for their light to reach us. And when it finally does reach us, it's showing us things that happened to those stars billions of years ago, assuming that that light got here in a natural way, and that's what the problem is. We would say you can't make that assumption, because all of this is couched in Genesis 1, where everything that's going on is miraculous. So somehow, however you explain that, light gets to Earth so that humans can use it on day 6 for the purposes God has in mind for them. I have an article, by the way, looking at some of the creationist theories as to how God might have done that to explain distant starlight. But keep in mind, this is one of the big issues that draws people away from the Bible, this single issue. How does God get light here from distant stars? This is a big thorn in some people's shoe in trying to accept what the Bible teaches here. And yet creationists have dealt with this subject in a very good way scientifically. There's no reason to reject what the Bible has to say on that subject. Days 5 and 6, God creates water, air, and land creatures. So swimming creatures, flying creatures. It's interesting that God highlights more the mode of movement whenever the way he classifies creatures. We classify them, you can classify creatures however you want to, but the way God does it in the Bible, he seems to be highlighting their mode of movement. They're flying, they're swimming, they're creeping, right? And according to chapter 1 verse 29, God makes animals and man initially to be herbivore. Maybe something more like omnivore, where they could go either way, but initially everything is just eating plants, and that changes at some later point. So animals would have apparently been able to die naturally at the very beginning, or from any kind of catastrophic events that happen, but they apparently weren't intended to kill each other and eat each other at the very beginning. Now, how long do things stay that way? It's not stated, but the fossil record indicates that many animals were already eating other animals by the time of the flood, 1,600 years later. So we find in the flood rock, for example, there's a mammal that has a dinosaur in its stomach, and we got evidence of carnivory already going on. Notice also that dinosaurs are land creatures along with humans. And so according to the Bible, humans and dinosaurs aren't separated by 63 million years. We coexisted, and we have archaeological, historical, and biblical, and even recent scientific evidences that support what I'm alluding to there, what the Bible's talking about, and we'll explore some of that maybe in a later session. Notice again, according to the text, God creates kinds of creatures. The Hebrew word there is mean, and so he tells the earth to reproduce life according to its mean, its kind. And you see the same idea in Galatians 6:7. Whatever a man sows, that will he also reap. Okay, the life is to reproduce according to its kind. And so we'll explore that more momentarily as well. So standing back, getting the big picture now of Creation Week. Notice, first of all, that the date of Creation Week isn't given here. We're told it's in the beginning, okay? And we're told how long it took. But we have to look elsewhere to determine when Creation Week was relative to today. If the Bible, for example, is going to give us that information, we have to look elsewhere to get it. And notice also that God could have done all of that creating in a moment, okay? He could have done it in 6 seconds. He could have done it in 6 billion years. He chose, for whatever his reasons would be, he chose to do it in 6 days. He didn't have to, but that's what he did. And again, that would be significant, must be significant, or he wouldn't have done that. He wouldn't do pointless, random things. So when you stand back and look at what he told us about Creation Week, and we see, for example, in Exodus 20:11, that one significant reason for his actions was to set up the formal definition of a week, the 6-day work, 1-day rest idea. That led to the important Jewish Sabbath regulations later as well. Now, we also infer that God must have wanted to emphasize certain distinctions in the created order. Now, this is the opposite of what Darwinian evolution suggests, right? It's not just one big tree and everything's really related. There's clear distinctions. So he emphasized that there are separate origins for swimming creatures, creeping creatures, land creatures, flying creatures, plants. The earth and the planets and stars are created separately. The earth wasn't the eventual result of a cosmic evolutionary process starting with a big bang. Flying creatures didn't evolve from the land-dwelling dinosaurs. Land-dwelling reptiles didn't evolve from swimming fish, right? These are all created separately. And these seem to be things God is wanting to emphasize about his creation. Why else would he tell us about having created these things on distinctly separate days? There's significance to that. There's a message God is trying to send us. And notice, if it is significant, the way that God explained how the creation occurred, and we know that it is significant or he wouldn't have told us, but if it's significant that he created things with these distinctions, then evolutionary theory detracts from the message God is clearly determined to give us. And that makes theistic evolution a very dangerous idea that detracts from the message God is trying to convey. Whenever we take modern ideas and try to push them on the text and make it say what we want it to say, we're now engaging in eisegesis instead of exegesis, where we let the text communicate to us what God's trying to say. Eisegesis is where you take your ideas and try to force the text to say that, and that's not a good idea. You're now going to miss the message God's trying to teach you. All right, moving into chapter 2 of Genesis, life in the garden. Notice that chapter 2 essentially builds on the day 6 events discussed in chapter 1. It goes back and fills in some important details. And so this is one of the techniques Moses does in his writing. He'll give you kind of this big bird's eye kind of picture of what happens. And then he goes back to an important aspect of that and gives you details. He does the same thing in the flood. He does the same thing with Babel in Genesis 10 and 11. So he goes back now and he homes in on day 6 because that is the pinnacle of God's creation. This is what it's all moving towards, and that is the creation of man. And notice that it hasn't even rained by this point. All right, and in fact, it says that God hadn't yet created man yet, which helps you to know when we're talking about. So this is just prior to day 6. So the events he's fixing to talk about in chapter 2 begin, or maybe just before day 6, or on day 6, right before he creates humans. So God creates Adam from the dust, not from an ape-like creature. And God brings Adam to life. He's described in chapter 1 as being made in the image of God, in his likeness, like him. Keeping in mind that God is not a physical being, so this is not talking about physical things. And this is unlike the animals, which highlights a fundamental distinction between humans and the animals, which again are of less value than humans. How so? Well, humans, for example, like God, have this immortal soul, have free will. Here also the creation model parts ways with the evolutionary model. Evolution would have life springing into existence on its own from non-life, what we call abiogenesis, which goes against all of the scientific evidence, of which we have a ton, that says that can't happen. It's amazing to me when you go to biology textbooks and they'll talk about people like Louis Pasteur, who disproved the ridiculous, superstitious idea that life could come from non-life, and then they turn around literally on the next page and say, well, that's how it happened, though. You know, forget science. You got to throw science out and just blindly believe in the evolutionary, superstitious mumbo-jumbo that we're going to tell you. It's what they have to do in the textbooks. But according to the creation model, life doesn't create itself. God is the author of life. He is the one that gives to all life, breath, and all things. God gives life to all things. This isn't abiogenesis. Well, God plants a garden in Eden, and interestingly, Moses, now writing over 2,000 years after God plants this garden. This is after the flood, right, where Moses is writing in roughly 1500 BC. So he explains to his audience where Eden was, using reference points that they may have been aware of in Moses' day. And notice that even though the Hebrew doesn't have tense, properly speaking, the translators of virtually all English Bibles understand Moses to be speaking using the present tense. It is the one which skirts Havilah. Delium and onyx are there. The Gihon is the one which goes around Cush. Hiddekel is the one which goes toward the east of Assyria. So why else would Moses spend so much time highlighting these physical markers for his audience to know where Eden was if his audience had no idea where those markers were? So at the time of Moses, humanity is apparently living maybe in the same relative geographic area as the garden though obviously it's going to be very different from what the flood does to it. Hence the fact that there is no such location on the earth where one river becomes 4 riverheads. There is no place like that today. So Eden would have surely been completely buried or eroded by the flood events. God puts Adam in the garden, the text says, to tend and keep it. And he gives instructions to Adam, telling him which fruit he can and cannot eat. He creates land animals, lets Adam name those. And so notice the implication of these events. The universe is created with an immediate appearance of age. Okay, Adam is created with an immediate appearance of age the first day of his existence. He's not a fetus or something. I mean, he could communicate. He can understand God's prohibitions. He can tend and keep the garden. He can name the animals. He can procreate as God commanded him to do. So if an anthropologist came up to Adam on day 6 and he said, okay, Adam, how old are you? Well, I'm just 1 day old. The anthropologist could, no, sir, you're not. You can't be just 1 day old. So if a geologist comes along and dates a rock on day 4, his measurement may have yielded an age of millions of years. And God says, no, I just created it yesterday. And the geologist says, well, you're lying. And God's like, you haven't even been created yet anyway, so what do you know? So light again is already in place for Adam and Eve to be able to tell time. Trees are already bearing fruit. Why? Because Adam and Eve have to eat the fruit. Right? And so you'd expect tree rings to already be in the trees of the earth, because tree rings provide strength to trees as they grow larger. So fully mature trees require tree rings to support them. Radioactive rocks would likely already have both parent and daughter elements in them, making them appear older than they are. So understanding this concept of the mature creation is essential if you want to make sense of the evidence. If you don't understand this, you're not going to make sense of the evidence around us. If you assume that everything that is here aged in the way that it does today, all the way back to some initial beginning point, you're not going to make sense of it. You have to keep in mind that things were created with an initial appearance of age. Notice again, God instructs Adam to name the animals, and there's some significance to this procedure as well. Recall taxonomy in your biology class. I'm sure you loved this. This was your favorite thing. This is the modern system of classifying living organisms, and there's not just one way to do this, but the way that it's been going on for a couple centuries is with this idea of the kingdom, phylum, class, order, family, genus, species. And so classification, this is fundamental to biology. Organizing creatures as we discover and study these. And apparently this idea was important to God because he institutes the field of biology here in the garden by having Adam start doing that. Name and classify these various kinds of creatures. So he does that, and classification is important in biology. It's important to creation biologists as well. Now this is an important idea. This word kind. God created creatures according to their kind. What does that mean? It was once thought among creationists that this word kind is the equivalent of the modern idea of a species. But that's not really accurate, because species, remember, we've made these terms up relatively recently. Species is a modern, very specialized idea. The diversity of species that we even have today was likely not around at the beginning. That's not even what came off the ark. When you think about the varieties, for example, of the dog breeds that we have, they weren't even around a few hundred years ago. All right, now if we start defining each of those separate breeds as species, then notice that's not what the word kind in the Bible is talking about. So living creatures have within them an immense amount of potential for diversity within their basic kinds. And so if we extrapolate backwards, we infer that there would have been way fewer varieties of animals originally and on the ark, probably more like a representative of the dog type, the cat type, the elephant type, and so forth. Creatures with the genetic capability built into them to bring about the diversity that we see today. So creationists understand the Hebrew word for kind, which again is mean, to be possibly more closely related to the modern classification in biology of family or genus. And there seems to be a barrier above that line that no creature can cross. You just simply can't get a dog from a cat, or a lion from an elephant, or a bird from a dinosaur, by the way. But you could get a house dog from a wolf-type animal. That helps you to know where the kind barrier is. Now, of course, for the last several decades, biology has been almost completely monopolized by evolutionary thinking. And so if a person goes and studies biology in school, and even if it's in one of our anti-evolution Christian schools, the person is still probably studying biology through the lenses of evolution, whether or not evolution is even being taught. Because it would be so hard to make a complete separation from where evolution's tentacles have spread in biology. It's hard to separate what hasn't been tainted from evolutionary thinking. So the evolutionary perspective is very fundamental, especially to biological classification today. So consider, for example, cladistics. This is a method of classification being used in biology today. So animals are arranged on what's called a cladogram, like this one on the screen, this kind of triangle type chart, based on the similarities that they share, these creatures, with other organisms. So take, for example, the turtle and the lancelet, trout, lamprey, salamander, and wolf, okay? And you want to figure out how to classify these guys today using modern thinking. And so you notice similarities between all the creatures. You notice that all of them, for example, have a vertebral column except the lancelet. Okay, so it falls out at the first level. It's not as similar to all the others in this specific characteristic, so it's kind of more distantly related. Okay, so it's considered less related. Now you notice all of the remaining animals have jaws. That's pretty significant, except the lamprey. So it falls out next. The rest have 4 legs, except the trout. The rest have an amniotic egg, except the salamander. And so you continue in this way, and you notice that as you move to the right on the cladogram, the organisms are becoming more and more similar, and that helps you to figure out if they belong in the same, for example, family, genus, and it helps you to see something else they say. Notice that a fundamental assumption of this entire method, it assumes continuity. Continuity, what does that mean? Well, this chart and what scientists infer from it assumes that everything on this chart isn't just similar to each other, it's related, however distantly. And because after all, everything evolved from the same single-celled organism, the same ancestor. So by the very nature of the chart, it was the way it was designed. Every living thing can fit on this chart somewhere. It's just a matter of degree as to how different they are. The chart, by definition, assumes everything's related. We all descended from common ancestors, making us related. It's just a matter of degree. So everything must fit on here, even if it doesn't really belong, even if it's not really related, because it's a method that assumes the naturalistic evolutionary model by design. And so the cladogram method, which is common to biology today, isn't designed to detect discontinuities, distinctions between living creatures that would actually help us to identify the true kinds that God originally created and therefore their evolutionary history. Okay, so without those discontinuities, you can't determine the true biological history of life on Earth as God created it. And you can't fully understand proper biological classification. So notice this chart, which is your evolutionary tree of life, like what Darwin sketched. This exemplifies evolutionary thinking. And this thinking has permeated biological classification today. Everything is related. It's all in the same big family, starting with the initial life down here at the bottom. So notice that cladistics fits hand in glove with this idea. I mean, they were designed to go together. You just need to determine how similar two living beings are to determine how related they are, what their common ancestors might be. This chart exemplifies biblical creationist thinking. Notice that it's more of an orchard than a single tree. This is fundamentally different. And notice that discontinuity is significant in this perspective, rather than continuity. So the creationist mindset has to focus in on not just similarities, but differences in order to home in on the true classification as God originally created life. Because remember, God creates some things completely unrelated from the beginning. Your plants, your flying things, your swimming things, your creeping things, your land creatures, humans, all specifically delineated as having been created separately. And remember, God wouldn't have told us about having made those distinctions if it wasn't important for us to know about that. It's like he wanted us to know that we didn't come from an ape-like creature. Because you know what? If you teach that to kids long enough, what is that going to cause? I mean, we're seeing it. They start acting like animals. Okay? Now, due to what we've talked about with regard to classification, leading creation biologists have thrown out the evolutionary methods of classification and are developing our own classification system based on biblical thinking. And this has been called baraminology. So ology is the study of, bara from the Hebrew word for create, and then mean for kind. So the study of created kinds. This is a very busy area of modern creation science, and this is talked about a lot at the creation science conferences that I go to over the summers, where everybody's trying to sort this out, figure out what creatures belong in which kinds and so forth. And creationists have a great statistical method to help us home in on the created kinds that God made. So fascinating and exciting area of creation science today. Next, God creates Eve from Adam. Again, not from an ape. And by the way, you know, if it's difficult to explain how Adam could have evolved, how do you get Eve at the same time? I mean, Eve is totally different anatomically. And she's got to come about at the same time, in the same relative area of the earth, in order for them to reproduce, or they all die. I mean, this is a huge problem that I don't even hear them want to talk about much. Anyway, but God directly creates Eve, and then the infamous scene occurs involving Adam, Eve, and the serpent introducing sin into the world. According to Genesis 3:17 through 18, Adam's sin causes God to curse the earth in a way that caused difficulty for Adam in providing for his family. So eating, which was once easy, just reaching up and grabbing fruit from this tree, which presumably may have even been providing fruit year-round, which also seems to be alluded to in Revelation. Now it's going to require sweat. The ground's going to be cursed with thorns and thistles. And so this cursed ground concept has, again, potential scientific implications that are important in creation science and in apologetics as well. So very briefly, evolutionists quibble with creationists, and they argue, well, if God designed the universe, then why would there be cases of natural evil? Okay, so evil in the non-human world, where you've got insects, microbes, birds and fish and so forth that were designed to do terrible things, or killing machines, things that we would think of as barbaric. Or in some microbial cases, that seems to be all that they were designed, it's all they do. And so modern creation biologists study many of these cases to try to figure out what's going on. In some cases, it comes down to genetic degeneration. So creatures' genetic information mutating over time, and it causes them to no longer function the way they were designed to. So remember that the earth is growing old like a garment. It's changing and degenerating. Hebrews chapter 1, verse 10 through 12. Some cases it comes down to displacement, where creatures are displaced from the ideal environment that they were designed for, which causes them to behave differently, either because their environment was totally destroyed, maybe in the flood, or because they migrated to a different place over time and were sequestered there for some reason. So in Genesis 9:2 says after the flood that animals would then fear humans. It might be alluding to the kind of change that occurred in animals due to the post-flood environment being drastically different from the pre-flood environment. In some cases, it comes down to original design. I mean, some creatures could have been designed to do things to each other that humans can't, because we're moral creatures made in the image of God and the animals aren't. In some cases, it comes down to diversification. So the change that has occurred within the kinds that God created over time due to the genetic potential God built into the genomes. So not that he directly created those creatures, but they came about through diversification. But in many cases, a response to this issue could come back to this passage in Genesis 3. Whatever it was that God directly did to the earth, the changes that he made to curse the earth due to Adam and Eve's sin. All right, let me highlight a few other items that are back here in the back. The atheist agenda, Daniel Dennett says, must be indoctrinated in children at the earliest opportunity, including teaching children that parents who do not believe in evolution are teaching falsehoods. You're lying to your children if you teach them that evolution is false. That's what Daniel Dennett said. Niles Eldridge, I maintain my conviction that the real battleground is in the classroom. So, we take these kind of things seriously at Apologetics Press, and hopefully you do too as Christians, that really that is where the battleground is, and the atheists have essentially won on this. They've taken the reins of the classrooms and are shoving naturalism down our kids' throats. We're now up to 22% of Americans that accept pure naturalism. And we'd expect that because that is what has been taught in the public school system for many years now. 87% of the children in America are in the public school system where they're not allowed to teach biblical creation. It was outlawed. All right, and so we would expect naturalism to continue to rise. So keep in mind that we've got a lot of materials that are for kids. I would argue this should be our number one mission field, is getting materials into the hands of our kids to counter the kind of things that they're learning or will learn in school. We got stuff even for infants that they can start learning about creation and the amazing design of the earth. We've got these learn to read books for kids and our early readers series as well that helps to teach kids to read using creation concepts. You know, things like Dick and Jane and Dr. Seuss, these aren't bad. But why in the world wouldn't you use books like these that at the same time are teaching kids important concepts that'll counter the kind of stuff they're going to be learning, for example, in the public school system? And so we got 3 different levels of readers, and I've got some of those back in the back. We've got rhyming books that are just Bible stories written with rhyming. Some of these is actually videos now. This is important. We have a monthly magazine for kids that teaches them scripture and science from a biblical perspective. And if you don't have kids, you might have grandkids. You probably have neighbors' kids. I mean, be thinking outside the box here. This is an easy way to evangelize. Get a subscription for $1.25 a month for your neighbors' kids, where every month they've got this important kind of information coming into their home, and it's beautifully done. The kids are going to want to pick this up and read it. Got activities in there. There's videos where they can actually scan QR codes and go to videos that accompany this material and so forth. I develop various stages of worship notes to help kids actually participate during worship and pay attention a little bit more based on their level. We have some of those back there. Dinosaurs Unleashed, nothing really on the market like this. This teaches, what kid doesn't love dinosaurs? But what kid is learning about dinosaurs from a biblical perspective, showing the evidence for creation, not evolution. So we redid this book in the last few years, updated it, and expanded it. So we have that back there as well. Dinosaur Field Journal. This is probably one of my top 5 favorite books at AP. The idea of this was that, let's say you lived right after the flood, you came off the ark, and you decided, you know what, I'm going to go travel around, follow the dinosaurs around and study about them. And so it's written like a field journal with sketches and stuff about what this guy encounters as he goes and sees these amazing animals that God created. As pictures speak 1,000 words, and evolutionists have long had a monopoly on this idea of the dinosaurs. It's their poster child. And so if you think about virtually any image you have in your mind of dinosaurs, and you kind of zoom out and you think about the environment that you picture whenever you see these dinosaurs in your mind's eye, you're not going to see things the way that it would be from a biblical perspective probably, because most of the images you see are from an evolutionary perspective. Okay, so for example, you might see volcanoes in the background. Why is there a volcano there? Well, because they think there was a lot of volcanic activity when the dinosaurs lived for millions of years. Why do they think that? Well, because you find a lot of igneous rock, which comes from volcanoes, in the layers where you find the dinosaurs. But they're interpreting that totally differently. We would say the reason there's a lot of igneous rock in those layers was because during the flood a lot of volcanic activity was going on, but that's not how they lived before the flood. It's a totally different environment. And the reason they're found sequestered from other kinds of animals isn't because they lived that way. It's because that was their habitat. It's not that they lived at a different time. They lived in a different place on the earth compared to everything else. That's why they're kind of sequestered. So we would draw the pictures totally different from a creationist perspective. And we decided to take some of the beautiful images that Louis Lavoie painted for us for Dinosaurs Unleashed years ago and turn them into big posters that can be put in classrooms and kids' rooms and so forth. Julie and I have one of them in our entryway at our house. One guy came up to me and said, hey, I posted one of these. I put one of these in my office at work. And he said it's caused more Bible discussions than anything else he's ever done. I mean, it just leads to great discussion. Like, what in the world are you doing there? Why do you have these people together? And it gives you an opportunity to talk about the evidence. We got all kinds of other really neat posters that are great for classrooms that Jeremy Pate has developed for us. This is actually an 8 foot long, is it 8 feet? I think it's an 8 foot, 8 foot long poster that that I wanted us to do at AP that gives you a timeline of world history from a biblical perspective with key events from the Bible. You see where all the various books fit in and key individuals, but also key events from history where you see where those kind of things tie in, and even the church, the kind of church history where the Catholicism begins and then where the Protestant Reformation is and how all that fits in. And so this is a great teaching tool to have in classrooms and so forth. My mom was real big on teaching me the Bible this way, and it helped to make the events of the Bible reality. You know, whenever you're thinking about David and Goliath, you know, it's easy as a kid to equate that with like Hercules. But the minute you actually put it into a real point in history and help kids see this is reality, we can actually pinpoint when this happened in history, that changes everything. And you get this bigger perspective on the Bible and what's going on, this thread, this thread of what God is doing when bringing Jesus about. Really, that's what it's all about. It's to fix the Genesis 3:6 problem of sin that culminates ultimately in the cross and then everything that's happened since then. And so it's a great way to, I think, be evangelistic and teach young people especially. Also for kids, we got a book that teaches them how they can know from the evidence at a 4th through 6th grade level that the Bible actually is from God. You think kids need to know that before they go into junior high? Or how they can know that God is real? This isn't just a blind faith. This is a book with lots of great information about the neat creatures that God created, evidence of powerful design and creation that defy evolution. How many of you learned astronomy from a brotherhood scientist with a PhD in astrophysics? I think there may only been one person, maybe in the history of the church, with a PhD in astrophysics, is Brandon May. His wife, Alana, has a master's in astrophysics. Imagine what their children, they probably hate the stars by now. Anyway, they wrote a really great book, 4th through 6th grade level, that teaches kids about the amazing design in the universe. So we have that book as well. This is a book that was developed for 5th through 9th graders to prepare them for the kinds of things they're going to be learning about in those years. Life science, earth science, and biology, telling them the kinds of evidences they're going to hear from evolution and the problems with those, and then also giving them powerful evidence that creation is true. My book, Flooded, that I've already told you about. Somebody contacted our office and said, hey, it would be really cool if you went out to Arizona with high schoolers and you taught them this book as a course that they could do for credit out there, kind of a short course, where you take them to the sites like Grand Canyon and Meteor Crater and Petrified Forest that I talk about in the book, and explain how all that fits within the biblical creation models. That could be the field trips, and I've got laboratories I've developed and everything. And so that's what I did. We've now done 2 of these. In fact, it was just a couple of weeks ago. I was in Flagstaff. We left there and came straight up here for this seminar where we did a second one of these. And it's just amazing. There's nothing like this to learn creation science this way as a kid. It's regular for me to hear from these kids like, oh, I didn't know science could be fun. I didn't know that. I hated science. Well, when you learn about science the way God intended it, it's awesome because you're learning about God and what he did. I mean, what's cooler than that? The problem is science is infiltrated with garbage, that makes us kind of not want to even go to science class. Well, not when you learn it the right way, and that's kind of the point here. Teaching kids in an in-depth way what God has done. And I also developed a website for this book where teachers and parents can actually, it gives you lots of information here to help you teach this material to kids. Videos and laboratories and charts and so forth are available here for free. All right, other books for teenagers. Out with Doubt is kind of our older Survey of Christian Evidences. Matter of Fact is the sequel to that. Always Be Ready is also probably one of my top 5 favorite books at AP, even though it's for teens. It basically looks at the main arguments that atheists are going to try to use against the God of the Bible and prepares teens logically for how to deal with those. Oh, the God of the Bible is a homophobe, and he's sexist, and he's racist, and he endorses slavery in the Old Testament. He's genocidal. I mean, he has the Israelites go in and mow down the Canaanites, including the kids. I mean, what kind of a heinous God is that? These are the kind of things being thrown at them. Are they ready to deal with this? Do they know what the arguments are? Can they deal with this? Because they're leaving the church. 4 out of 10 of them are leaving the church whenever they leave home. And really the stats say it's before that. They're continuing to go to church just because their parents bring them, but really they're already gone. Because they've heard this stuff and they don't know how to deal with it. And maybe they're too afraid to talk to their parents about it because they don't want to look like they're losing their faith. They don't want to upset their parents. So this kind of book is essential to make sure they know how to reason through what's really going on when the Bible talks about these things. We've got this series of books for teens that we're done now with, one on the existence of God, the inspiration of the Bible, the deity of Christ, and then what you do with that in defending your faith ultimately as an apologist. And so these are great books on these subjects and also have tons of videos, and each one of them short videos that go along with the material to make it easier for the kids. Also, I wrote a couple books, and I'm still intending to do some more of these, that are designed to help teenagers prepare themselves to be evangelistic with their friends at school, prepare them for the kind of discussions they're likely to have, help them to know the Bible passages that they need to know that will deal with various kind of questions that they tend to have. And so when I was doing youth ministry in Texas, this became important. The young people that I was teaching, I view them as really the front lines of the movement. If you think about most of our converts in the church, they're our young people. Okay, they're really the evangelists for the church in some ways. They're kind of the front lines, and they need to be ready to have discussions with other people, and they need to know the kind of discussions they're going to have. That was the point of those books. Dating Without Detonating, also when I was doing youth ministry, I 100% of the time, whenever the kids went from a state of being, faithful, passionate Christians, to falling away or becoming weaker, it came down to the decisions they were making with regard to who they dated and how they dated. That's what it came down to. And it became so monotonous that that's what it was, that I realized the modern dating paradigm is not working. What does the Bible have to say about this? And what should we be doing things differently? So Julie and I wrote a book on that subject. This is a great book for new Christians, like teenagers, that helps them to see, okay, now you're a Christian, now what? Now what do you need to be doing? What are the main responsibilities of a Christian? What are things you need to know as you start your Bible study program on your own, or you're doing what are some principles to make sure that you properly interpret the Bible? What are some books that you need to have in your library to help make sure that you're studying the Bible in a proper way, that sort of thing. So this little booklet I wrote with that in mind. We've got magazines for teenagers as well. This is not a subscription, but we have just a bunch of various topics there. And t-shirts, which can be great ways to evangelize without a word, and several others there. We also have VBSs. We hired Jeremy Pate a few years ago to basically come in and develop VBSs for us. So he took like my flood material and made an awesome VBS out of that with his artwork. This one is on the book of Acts. So the apologists of the book of Acts and learning about them. This is one we just released. It's pretty cool. So this deals with evolution, but just the way that he does this is so fun. I told him, it'd be really cool if you had a character that totally exemplified evolution, like at his feet, It looks like little single-celled organisms, and then as they go up his legs, they evolve into other things. And by the top, he's a primate, right? And so that is what this guy back here is. It's just really cool stuff for kids to be able to see and visualize as the evolutionists are dealt with by the Christian apologists. We also have a free Bible class curriculum. This isn't just apologetics. It includes apologetics, but this is just Bible class material, taking kids all the way through the Bible 2 times between age 2 and grade 4. So they will have gone through the Bible twice before they get to grades 5 and 6, where we recommend our Explorer series. This is another great tool that's free. This is a way to encourage kids to read the Bible, and they take quizzes to make sure that this is all online, that makes sure that they're understanding the things that they're reading, and it helps parents and teachers to be able to assess whether their kids are getting these concepts. So you can sign up as an actual teacher and have the students under you, where you can keep track of their progress and award them certificates, which come through the program as well. All right. Okay, so that ends our trek through Genesis 1 through 3. So in our next session, we will start plowing into the flood. David, how much time we need to give them here? Okay, excellent. All right, thank you for your attention.
I got you. '74, as we get the second session started here. Technically the fourth session. Number 174. His name is wonderful. His name is wonderful. His name is wonderful. Jesus, my Lord. He is a mighty King, Master of everything. His name is wonderful. Jesus, my Lord. He's a great shepherd, the rock of all ages. Almighty God is He. Bow down before Him, love and adore Him. His name is wonderful, Jesus my Lord.
All right, we're about to start our second session for the day. Sorry, Chad, you're going to have to sit down. And I want to make two quick announcements. We do have lunch downstairs after the session, so lunch is provided. Before we finish up, Dan will come up and give a prayer for the meal. We're going to set up the handicap table in the room that has the snacks in it right now. So if you're not helping set up the handicap table, please don't congregate there, just so we can get that table set up for those that need it. With that, I will hand it back over to Dr. Miller.
Okay. Now we get to my favorite part of this study. So we want to look at in this session the second key event in world history that has to be considered when you're building the biblical creation model if you want to properly understand the evidence around us. That's what we're going to dive into now. So we ended with Adam and Eve being evicted from the garden. Obviously, life is going to be different for them. The earth is going to be very different for humanity than it would have been if they'd been able to stay in the garden. And interestingly, Scripture is almost completely silent about those events. Over the next 1,500 years, 1,600 years, really, Moses essentially pushes fast forward, and we fly through the centuries up to the flood. The lifespan of the patriarchs from Adam to Noah are given there in chapter 5. And those Bible believers who would argue for an old age of the earth as promoted by uniformitarian geology will sometimes try to add gaps into these genealogies to accommodate an older earth. And in response to that, besides the fact that the dating methods that are used to date rocks, for example, are based on uniformitarianism, which is easily shown to be a terrible assumption in geology, and besides the fact that even if you squeeze time in to these genealogies, you're squeezing time in when humans are already on the scene, which doesn't really help you make the Bible fit with geology. But also the way that Moses states the genealogy here leaves no room for gaps. Over and over throughout the chapter, he uses this formula. Person X lived A years and had Y, then X lived B years, and then the total life of X was A plus B. And so with this formula, he nails down this chronology tightly and allows no gaps in this pre-flood period. So Genesis 5 is one of the primary biblical evidences that the earth has to be relatively young and doesn't accommodate modern uniformitarian thinking. So simple math shows that there's about 1,650 years from creation to the flood. And also, in the New Testament, Jude 14 verifies that there aren't gaps by calling Enoch the seventh from Adam, which lines up with these Genesis 5 genealogies. Now, it's true that we can't really know the exact number of years back to creation, because we know, for example, that Noah didn't probably have Shem on Noah's birthday. It wasn't that Noah lived 500 years exactly and then had Shem on his birthday. Shem probably didn't have Arphaxad on Shem's birthday, notice. And so there's a potential rounding there of a few months for each one of those patriarchs to round to the specific year it's talking about. But if we assume that the Hebrew text is correct in its transmission, as opposed to the Septuagint or the Samaritan Pentateuch, most of our translations are based on the Hebrew text, then we can be confident that the span of time between creation and the flood is about 1,656 years, give or take about 5 years. So this is a chart showing the lifespans of each of the 10 patriarchs mentioned in Genesis 5, from Adam up to the flood, based on the Hebrew text. And so you have 1,650 years approximately from creation to the flood. Notice that Adam is actually alive to meet all of the patriarchs except for Noah. He would have actually been alive to meet them. Methuselah actually dies the year of the flood. Okay, Lamech pretty close to it. In the average lifespan, not counting Enoch, who was taken from God, remember, average lifespan is 912 years. Now, how in the world do we explain that? Well, this is a clue about life in the pre-flood world, a world which Peter, remember, describes as having perished. The world is very different after the flood occurred. Well, keep in mind that the land itself was apparently configured differently in this pre-flood period. Remember, possibly alluded to there in Genesis 1:9. God gathers all the water together, the text says, into one place. What does that imply about the land? You have no doubt heard of Pangaea, the supercontinent thought to have existed in the past, that combined all of today's continents together into one. Alfred Wegener is often mentioned in association with Pangaea, and it was as though he's the one that came up with this idea. But it was actually a biblical creationist by the name of Antonio Snyder Pellegrini, who was one of the very first ones to suggest that the Earth's continents seemed to fit together like puzzle pieces. So this is a drawing that he actually made in 1858, several decades before Wegener was on the scene developing continental drift theory. And so this is the idea that the continents drift around on the mantle. And Snyder Pellegrini believed that the biblical flood may have been what actually broke up the supercontinent Pangaea. Now continental drift has been replaced with plate tectonics, which is the idea that the entire crust of the Earth is broken into big plates that are moving, including the ocean floor. They move around on the mantle. And so this puzzle piece fit of the continents is a powerful evidence for Pangaea, but it's not the only evidence. Today, scientists can use, for example, GPS and determine how fast these plates are moving and they're heading. And so from that movement, they can extrapolate backwards and reverse their current trajectory and get an idea of the continent's locations in the past, including moving it back into this Pangaea-type movement. So Pangaea shape. So his plate tectonic theory is able to explain why, when those trajectory of the continents are reversed, they do converge and fit this. But it also explains why, when this puzzle is put back together, there are matching rock layers that go across the pieces, and even mountain belts that are now on different continents, separated by oceans, but fit together when the continents put back together. The Appalachian Mountains, for example, that we're in here, the northern part of that, become the Caledonian Mountains of northern Europe when you put this back together. It also explains why there are matching fossil distributions that go across these continents when you put it back together. And so many other things. So this theory, plate tectonics theory, has great explanatory power, but how would Pangea fit within the biblical frame, the biblical perspective, when the rate of the motion of these continents that we observe is on the order of centimeters per year? It's as fast as your fingernails grow. And so it would take eons for the continents to get to their current position. But as usual, modern naturalistic theories are always based on bad assumptions. In this case, uniformitarianism. Uniformitarianism, which you'll hear me say a lot this weekend, this is the idea in geology today that whatever you see going on today geologically, you assume it's always gone on that way in the past. So whatever rates you see going on, movement, erosion, mountain building, whatever it might be, it's only ever gone on like that in the past. You just assume that. So cataclysmic events, which we can't witness today, you assume that never happened. Like a global flood, creation, you assume that never happened because it didn't happen today. So if the continents are moving today at centimeters per year, they must have always moved that slowly, and therefore it must have taken eons for the continents to fit together like this. But is that a good assumption? Well, remember, the Bible can be known to be inspired because it has, remember, supernatural characteristics, qualities that prove it to be above human capability, and we talked about that last night, which means that it is a true account of history, which means that uniformitarianism is false. Catastrophism is true because we know the flood occurred. That's not something that happens today. So the geologic effects of any global catastrophes in the past would have to be considered if they could play a role in plate movement, for example, or in any geologic event. And so that's what we're moving up to here, is talking about the implications of what happened in the flood. So we're trying to, at this point, though, to consider the implications of the scientific evidence with regard to what we can learn about the pre-flood world. And what we see is that the earth was very different. And so, in fact, there's evidence that there was a supercontinent prior to Pangea. Okay, so when you piece Pangea back together, we find again that the Appalachians of the eastern U.S. continue into Europe, become the Caledonian Mountains. Okay? And so when you can examine the nature of the rock layers found in those mountains, you find that the mountains have layers in them that were laid down in the flood before they were buckled to form the mountain chain, which means that the Appalachians weren't formed until the flood. So when you understand that mountains formed due to tectonic plates smashing into each other, it suggests there was a pre-flood continental configuration that converged to form Pangea during the flood. And so that pre-flood configuration we sometimes call Rodinia. And it also is suggested by the fact that, mountains form as tectonic plates smash into each other. One of the things that we'll find as we study the flood here in a moment is that the bulk of the Earth's mountains were likely formed during the flood, which suggests something about the pre-flood Earth. It suggests that the pre-flood Earth was likely much flatter, okay? And that's going to be very important in trying to understand, trying to make sense of what's going on during the flood. All right, so also you're thinking more flat, maybe more rolling hills and plains, some higher elevation places, which, by the way, may be what we see going on there's parts of the Ozark Mountains that actually may be part of the pre-flood mountains. We could talk about that. But we don't know much about what the original Earth would have looked like before the flood, except beyond a few clues, because the remnants of those continents are very small and incomplete. God literally completely destroyed that world in the flood and then redeposited the pre-flood material in the form of these sedimentary rock layers. So the fossil record doesn't support evolution, it supports creation in the flood. And it teaches us a lot about the pre-flood world biology-wise. So there's things we can learn about biology of the pre-flood world. How so? Well, when we know in the geologic column and the fossil record where the flood begins. It's the Cambrian explosion way down here. And we know about where the flood ends at the top of the Cretaceous. Okay, and so this is, so by studying the fossils in these rock layers and before, what are we learning about? Well, we're getting a snapshot of what living creatures look like at the time of the flood and before. And what we see is that in many cases, the living creatures look pretty different, some cases not so much. Regarding plants, we find that plants were abundant, grew to be large and lush in the pre-flood world. The trees of petrified forest in northeast Arizona are trees understood to be from the pre-flood world that were torn up and buried and then petrified rapidly in the flood and then transported to the area that they're found in now. The immense coal deposits found in the flood layers highlights how lush the pre-flood world was and how many plants there were. The rock layers in the flood seem to indicate higher levels of oxygen in the pre-flood world. Recall the enormous fruit still growing in Palestine a few centuries after the flood, where 2 Israelite men had to carry a cluster of grapes on a pole between them. There in Numbers 13:23. This kind of thing was probably not unusual in the pre-flood world. The large reptiles of the pre-flood era, of course, your dinosaurs. This is a Brachiosaurus that was on display at the British Natural Museum, Natural History Museum. There's an Argentinosaurus at the Fernbank Museum in Atlanta, which is thought to be the largest, at least at this point, maybe the largest dinosaur ever. And so notice I'm standing beside him to show you the scale we're talking about. Here's a plesiosaur, so this is a marine reptile. Again, you can see me for scale beside him there. Insects were huge as well. We have fossil evidence of dragonflies with wingspans of over 2 feet, the Meganeura. Also millipedes that were up to 7.5 feet long. Okay, you could ride on these things. I think if I saw that, I would run. Today, there's 21% oxygen in the atmosphere, but there's evidence that in the pre-flood world, it could have been as high as 35% oxygen in the atmosphere, which would have helped promote health and life longevity and size. So all these things we can learn about the pre-flood world by studying the fossil record and geologic column. And there's some things we can learn about humans. We know from Genesis 4 that they were intelligent from the beginning. They're already building cities, inventing musical instruments, doing farming, working with cattle, even working with bronze and iron, all before the flood, which has some implications about, you might tend to think, that the ark was made with just wooden pegs. Maybe not. There may have actually been steel. They could have been using steel braces and so forth. We can learn about the appearance of humans to some extent, because while the entire human habitat is absent from the flood layers, entire human habitat is absent from the flood layers. You may want to ask me about that in the Q&A. It was completely obliterated. We can look at what humans look like immediately after the flood and get an idea of what Noah and his family may have looked like. And there's a lot of variety in the human kind, as there is in the dog kind and the cat kind and every other general group of creatures. Evolutionists tend to give new species names to groups that share similarities that are slightly different from other varieties that we would say actually probably all fit within the same general kind that Moses is referring to. And so it is with, for example, Homo erectus and Homo diminuzi that you'll hear sometimes in the media. Statistical and biological studies by creationists have revealed that Homo erectus is just a variety of humans in the past that had, for example, a slightly more pronounced brow ridge, a weaker chin, rather than the more pronounced chin that we have, most of us have today. So this is what the fossil record reveals humans look like at the time of the flood. Also, humans, of course, live longer. So why is that? Well, we don't know, but we can postulate scientifically some different reasonable factors. Was there lingering effects from the tree of life? There would have no doubt been less genetic degeneration by this point. The genome would have been created perfect by God. And since then, it's now deteriorated significantly. We've had a lot more mutation and so forth that is built up in our genomes. But at that time, there would have been less disease and sickness. Radiation would be a huge issue. Studies by creation geologists and geophysicists have revealed that the nuclear decay rates of the elements were accelerated by huge factors during the flood, resulting in an immense amount of radiation in a short amount of time during and immediately after the flood for a period of time. So how would that have affected the human genome? I mean, who knows? And what's more, besides plants and animals, we know humans of giant stature walked the earth, referred to there in Genesis 6:4, and then continued to for some time after the flood. And we'll look at this in a later session. We know that after the flood, they could reach at least 6 cubits in a span, what scholars think is 9 feet 9 inches tall, which was Goliath's approximate height. Before the flood, humans may have been capable of even more height. And one final aspect here that we can draw from the text, after creation but before the flood, based on the genealogies of Genesis 5, we get a rough idea of how long people are living before the flood. And we find out how much time there was from creation to the flood, roughly 1,650 years. So with that information, we can get a rough estimate of how many people probably were on the earth by the flood. But we have to make some assumptions. If we assume that the age of these guys is representative of people in the pre-flood period, so if we assume they lived 900 years on average, and women continued having children for roughly the first half of their lives, as they do today, keeping in mind that they may have been able to have kids much longer, 800 years. But this would be 450 years, half of that. So if they started having children at the conservative age of 25, and we assume that people live long enough to see all of their grandkids, so 2 generations, and it was probably longer than that, with those very conservative assumptions in place, we see there could have easily been 215 million people on the planet at the time of the flood. And that's really the low end. Likely it was way more than that. And some commentators have estimates even higher. Genesis 4:26, the very last verse of chapter 4, tells us that after Seth had Enosh, men began to call on the name of the Lord. That's a key phrase that's found throughout the Bible. And chapter 5 then gives us the lineage of Seth and Enosh, the generations of individuals, presumably, who were doing that, calling on the name of the Lord. And things gradually change over the next 1,600 years. The reason for the flood, given in the text, is that every intent, every intention, the ESV says, of the thoughts of man's heart was only evil continually. Think about that. I mean, our world's bad, okay, but people aren't to a point where most people don't ever do anything good. Okay, what this is saying, it got so bad that if somebody did something good, they didn't mean to. Okay, their intent was only evil continually. That's bad. And there's some places in our country where arguably that's what's going on, but not many. We're not that bad yet. So how did it get that way? Well, the cause of that wicked state is given in verses 1 and 2 of the chapter, of chapter 6. The sons of God, and we could talk a lot about that. This is apparently, in context here, the good people that have just been talked about in the context, who were calling on the name of the Lord, those following God, keeping in mind those chapter divisions weren't in the original text. They were added later for our convenience. The context here seems to be talking about the sons of God here being the righteous people began to notice physical beauty and prioritize that in their marital decisions instead of spiritual things. And so the good people started marrying the daughters of men, an idiom for the worldly people, based on their physical beauty rather than spiritual beauty. So let that be a warning to young people about what qualities you prioritize in your dating and marriage decisions. Well, verse 3, notice the phrase, his days shall be 120 years. And some take this to mean that, God is setting an upper limit as to how long man was going to be able to live from then on. He can't live for 900 years anymore. It's going to be 120 years max. Now, that doesn't seem to work for a few reasons. Number one, Albert Barnes in his commentary makes a good point that man in this verse is referring to the whole race of man, rather than the plurality of individuals making up the human race. And so the 120 years would seem to be referring to the whole life, the life of the whole race of man. The whole race is going to die in 120 years. Number two, man kept living beyond 120 for centuries after this statement is made. You see in the genealogies in Genesis 11. Number three, it would be strange, would it not, to arbitrarily select 120 years as your upper life longevity and say, okay, you're being punished, you're only going to live 120 years now. That would be kind of a strange punishment to just select 120 like that. And number 4, again, you got to consider the context here. What is the punishment that God is going to bring on the human race here? It's the flood. We're moving up to the flood. And so the punishment being referred to with 120 years would seem to have to be related to that. So it makes more sense contextually to be saying, man is wicked, I'm not going to put up with it forever. My spirit's not going to tolerate this forever. I'm going to reach a breaking point. You've got 120 years. Right? So there's, by the way, the grace of God. The grace of God is being manifested. God, what would you or I do if people are that wicked? We'd say, God, can you just kill them right now? Well, God gives them 120 years of preaching. There's the grace and long suffering of God. The judgment comes, but they had 120 years to get their act together. There's God's grace. The world around us, the religious world around us says, no, God would never kill the world. No, they don't understand how God's grace plays out. God's judgment's going to come. He may be long-suffering, but it's going to come. Better get your act together. Now, incidentally, when you think closely then about the text here, based on that recognition of what the 120 years is probably talking about, we see that Noah is 500 when Shem, Ham, and Japheth begin to be born. The flood comes when he's 600. That's not 120 years. That's 100 years, right? So from that, we gather that the statement by God here in verse 3 is made during the genealogies of Genesis 5, just before this verse. So God apparently made the decision to bring about the flood, and 120 years from that point, 20 years later, Noah starts having Shem, Ham, and Japheth. So the first 20 years, he didn't even have those 3 sons, which, by the way, I would say it's highly unlikely that he didn't have a lot of other children. I mean, because if he's doing what God expected him to do and being fruitful and multiplying, filling the earth, he's got a ton of kids and only 3 of them are saved. Isn't that sad? So even Noah's kids, of which there could have been hundreds. So God instructs Noah to build a boat, 300 by 50 by 30 cubits. And according to scholars, this is a football field and a half long, 75 feet wide, 45 feet tall. He's told to make the ark out of this unknown wood, gopher wood, put 3 levels on it, and have rooms for the animals in it. Cover it with pitch so that it wouldn't leak. Put a door in the side of it. God tells him to install an opening. This isn't exactly a window like we tend to teach kids, but according to the underlying Hebrew, this is an opening, apparently for light, possibly ventilation, that went around the top of this vessel and was a cubit in height. According to Genesis 8:13, a covering or awning of some sort is put over this opening as well, which was then left until the end of the torrential rain period, and then Noah opens this window-like structure to see the state of things after that. This is important. God apparently sent the animals he wanted on the ark to Noah. Noah didn't have to go hunt these down. And that's significant because if you're Noah, you got to figure out the perfect representative for the kind of variety God wants in the post-flood world. What if the selection you made just happened to be more genetically degenerate than the others? That's a lot that he would have to know. So he doesn't have to do that. The text says they're going to come to him. God's going to make them come. This is one of the evidences of miraculous involvement in this process here. And this is one of the things you got to be careful about as a creation scientist. You can't just assume God did it anytime there's a problem. Okay? Because that promotes scientific laziness. If God wants us to study this and figure it out, you don't want to say he did something that maybe he didn't do. But if the context demands that there could be a supernatural involvement, okay, this is a place where you've got to consider that. And it's in several places here in the text. God's involved in this part. So a male and female representative of the unclean kinds of animals, according to chapter 7, 7 representatives of the clean kinds of animals. This could be 7 pairs. I've seen arguments on both sides. The Hebrew is kind of difficult here. But I think at this point I'm leaning towards 7 pairs, but it could be 7 individuals too. And again, these are representatives of kinds, not species. Animals from the earth, including birds and creeping things, which would have included various reptiles, possibly, including also some of the what we would call maybe bugs in some cases. Noah also brings food for his family and the animals, and then after loading up, God himself shuts the door to make sure there's no leaks, I'm sure, and then the fireworks begin. That brings us right up to the flood, the most catastrophic, violent event in world history. God himself actually did this. The more I study this from a scientific perspective, the more I am in awe of what happened here. The works of the Lord are great, studied by all who have pleasure in them, the things God has done. They're worthy of our study and thought. They are intended to be remembered. They tell us about him. And the flood is one of the greatest works he ever did. And the Bible only gives us a few details about it. We know that it occurred 4,000 to 6,000 years ago, was global in its extent, so it covered everything. The fountains of the deep were broken up, and water came from above. The mountains rose, the valleys sank. It lasted essentially a year. That's about what you got. And that's not a lot to work with to make sense of everything out here. So when you look up from the pages of Scripture and start looking at God's, what we call general revelation, the Bible's his special revelation to us, but he has, Romans 1:20, left evidence of himself through another form of revelation, and that is the general revelation, and we start now to figure out other things about this great ancient work that he brought about. And we look for evidence of that event, and we try to make sense of the evidence in light of that event. We ask questions like, what can we learn further about this? Does the evidence from geology fit with this? The world around us says, no way. Some have argued the flood just couldn't have been global. The Bible can't be talking about a global flood here. There's just not enough water on the earth. And so they look at the earth today and say, I mean, if the flood happened, where did the water go? I mean, is the water in the sky? No, there's not enough water in the sky. If you take all the water in the atmosphere, emptied on the earth, we estimate it'll only raise the sea level about an inch. Is it frozen in the ice caps? No, that doesn't do it either. That only raises the water level 230 feet. Is it in the crust? Okay, that's a little more significant. There's an estimated 6 quintillion gallons of water in the Earth's crust today. So if you pump all that back out, that only gets the sea level about 600 feet. So 2 football fields into the sky, that's a lot of water, but that's still insignificant. We're now a total, not even up to 1,000 feet here, and we've got mountains that are over 25,000 feet high. And so many of those who consider numbers, again, you can just say, oh, well, God just what? Made the water disappear? Okay, we've got to be careful making that assumption without actually having textual evidence of that. So many that consider numbers like these and still want to believe in the Bible will often reject a worldwide flood and say, well, this was a local catastrophe and it just kind of, it's giving you the perspective of Noah, what it looked like to him where he was at. Now what we're going to see is that argument can't be sustained in light of Scripture or science. Science demands this is a global catastrophe, believe it or not. Let's start with the depiction of the flood. This is what modern Christian scientists believe may have happened during the first few hours of the flood. So maybe a little bit different than what we typically think of. And really, that's pretty light. The more I'm studying this, the more I see that's not violent enough. Modern creation science theorizes much of the water did come from the oceans, from below the earth, rather than just from clouds above, which is what was kind of once thought. But keep in mind, it's incorrect to even view this as only involving water coming down and the water rising. The flood is a major geologic event. The earth is totally restructured. The phrase, the fountains of the great deep were broken up, is significant. The great deep refers to the depths of the ocean, which sounds like the breakup of the ocean floor. Proverbs 3:20 mentions this as well, stating that the depths were broken up. So the flood is a major geologic event. And notice the text says all the fountains of the great deep are broken up. There's more than just one, and all of them are broken up, which suggests the breakup of the ocean floor. The order of events is also noteworthy. The fountains of the deep are broken up. That's mentioned first. The rain is mentioned second, possibly a consequence of the first. So what exactly initiates this? Did God just miraculously, directly initiate the eruption of the fountains of the great deep? Maybe. Did he use some kind of external physical entity, like meteorites hitting the earth? Now, interestingly, again, when you do science, you go out and study geology, we find a substantial amount of physical evidence that suggests a lot of meteorites struck the earth during what we believe to be the flood, when we look at those layers. Secular geologists tell us there are roughly 200 identified meteorite craters on the earth that have been verified as being from meteorites. Could be more, but these we feel confident about. And when you convert the dates that they give for those craters and look at where they're at in the layers, and we look at where those fit with regard to the Bible, we find that 50% of the confirmed meteorite impacts throughout Earth's history struck during the single year of the flood. Another 23% of the confirmed meteorite impacts date to the period immediately following the flood, from the flood up through the Ice Age and up to Abraham. So 80% of all the known meteorite impacts occurred during the flood and during the following few centuries as the earth is calming down. It seemed to you like something significant's going on there? Right? I don't think you can ignore that physical evidence. Well, regardless of what started it, creation geologists have tried to piece together what may have occurred after that. Based on what we understand about geology today, geologists have determined that the interior of the earth is comprised of a solid inner core, a liquid outer core, a mantle of predominantly solid rock, although the upper part of it has some plasticity, and then you have the crust upon which we live. And so when you look at the surface, we've discovered that the surface is broken into plates that move around on the order of centimeters per year. And so the earth is like a big cracked egg, and the earth is apparently unique in that, is the only known planet to have plates like this, which means something interesting is going on here. Creation geologists believe that the cracking of the egg may have been what initiated the flood. And there's been a flood of recent articles by secular geologists, interestingly, that suggest that plate tectonics may have been initiated by meteorite activity. And so the model that describes the motion of these plates and the effects that occur from those motions is called plate tectonics. So how do they know plate tectonics theory is likely true? Well, several ways, and this is talked about in the Flooded book. You can use GPS to detect the movement of the Earth's crust. Also, geologists have used dating methods to get the age of the ocean floor. Okay, now their dating methods cannot be used to give the absolute ages of the rocks. They're going to be wrong because their assumptions are wrong. But they are good at telling you what's older or younger than something else. You just don't know how much older or younger, but they tend to be accurate in telling you what's older. And what they found is that the age of the ocean floor gets older the further away you are from the mid-ocean ridge, for example, suggesting that new ocean floor is being made at the ridge, which then moves away from the ridge in both directions. And then you have magnetic stripes. So when you measure the polarity of the ocean floor, okay, so let's say you took a metal detector and get on the ocean floor, which I wouldn't recommend, And you start walking towards the ridge. As you're going, north and south keep flipping as you go over these. It flips. It's like north all of a sudden is where south is, and it keeps flipping like that. And it's mirrored on both sides of the ridge, which suggests the material comes up and north is pointed in one direction, and then it moves apart, and for something causes north to flip, and now the new material that just came up has the opposite. But notice that it's telling you that the ocean floor is constantly being remade. At the same time, it's telling you something weird's going on. What in the world would be necessary to cause north and south to flip? Now, this is going on in the flood. And so creation geologists or geophysicists are studying this to figure out there's really two possibilities as to what's going on, and neither one of them are pleasant. This is bad. This is terrible things going on in the flood. So magnetic striping is evidence of plate tectonics. And of course, maybe the most obvious way to see the existence of these plates is to mark the locations of earthquakes and volcanoes on the planet. And they clearly make a pattern when you map these out. Now, why would earthquakes and volcanoes happen to line up like this, in these big rings like this? Well, that seems to be marking the edges of these plates. So most geologic activity on the Earth is thought to occur along the margins of these big plates, these big chunks of crust. Because as they move, they rub against each other. And that causes earthquakes. And it causes volcanoes. And it causes mountains. So as these plates, we see different things happen as they move. Some will transform, where they slide past one another, like at the San Andreas Fault out in California. Some will diverge, so they move apart, and new material from the mantle comes up into the gap. And so you see this under the water at mid-ocean ridges. There's, in Arizona and New Mexico, there's like 1,000 volcanoes out there, and you have a divergent zone like that, and it causes volcanoes there. Some will converge, where they smash into each other. So if two continental plates converge, then it'll form mountains. And if a continental plate converges with an ocean plate, the ocean plate gets pushed under the continental plate because it's more dense. Okay, so it goes below, down into the mantle, and it'll form volcanoes as it does that, and it'll form those recesses, those trenches when it does that. So mountain building is extremely slow today because the plates are moving slow today. So it would take eons at today's rates to form the mountains. So how do we explain that from a creationist perspective? Well, again, it comes down to this idea of uniformitarianism. The rates going on today are not representative of the past. And amazingly, even the secular geologists are backing away from strict uniformitarianism because you can't say things like, say, a meteorite struck the earth and it wiped out 75% of the species, including the dinosaurs. You can't say that happened and be a uniformitarian person. That doesn't happen today. Okay, so even they are backing away from strict uniformitarianism. They, in fact, believe, by the way, in at least 5 different major catastrophes that caused huge percentages of extinctions on the planet. They don't know what caused any of them, other than they think the last one was a meteorite. The others, they don't even know. They're actually more catastrophic than we are. Okay? So they're not really strict uniformitarian. The minute you reject uniformitarianism, you reject every dating method that they have because they're all based on that assumption. If catastrophes have happened in the past, that changes everything. Well, earlier we looked at the idea of Pangea. We saw several evidences for that. The puzzle-like pieces, how they fit together, the fact that the rock layers and mountain belts stretch across these continents when you put them back together. Now, the problem, of course, is the time frame, okay? The rate that they're moving today, has that always been the case in the past? So using the actual evidence from geology and plate tectonics, but without that hidden assumption of uniformitarianism, creation geologists have developed our own geologic theory. Instead of plate tectonics, it's catastrophic plate tectonics, CPT. So a young Earth creation geophysicist by the name of John Baumgartner laid the groundwork for this model back in the early 90s. He developed a supercomputer program while he was at UCLA doing his doctoral research in geophysics and space physics. And the program he developed was called Terra, and it models the interior dynamics of the Earth, the mantle and so on, what's going on there. And so based on the predictions of his program, other creationists, physicists, geologists, paleontologists, meteorologists, astronomers all jumped in and helped to develop catastrophic plate tectonics that describes what could have happened, and at least a big piece of what probably happened at the beginning of the flood. And significantly paraphrasing this, and there's technical peer-reviewed papers on this, by the way, that creationists have put out that you could get into and go down that rabbit hole. But I'm going to paraphrase this in a very basic way. Before the flood, the plates apparently didn't exist. The continents weren't separated. At the onset of the flood, all the fountains of the great deep were broken up, Genesis 7:11. So the plates broke apart. Keep in mind, the fountains of the deep here may even be more than just water. Fountains of, for example, magma would have started coming up. So according to catastrophic plate tectonics, something causes the breakup of, for example, the ocean floor. The ocean floor would have been cold and very dense, therefore, and so it would have been broken up in several places, including breaking the ocean plates away from the continental plates. Now, what would happen when you do that for the first time? Well, according to computer simulations, when that break happens, like at the boundaries between continental plates and oceanic plates, there would have been not just subduction of the sea floor, but thermal runaway subduction. Okay, so instead of the creeping rate that the plates are moving into the mantle, the simulations show that at the beginning of the flood, the sea floor is diving into the mantle rapidly. Well, in 1994, when they were developing this, creationists made a scientific prediction and said, okay, if that is true, okay, if we're right that that's what happened, then the mantle would have essentially been overturned like a conveyor belt. And so there should be, therefore, piled up at the base of the mantle, the pre-flood ocean crust. Because this only happened a few thousand years ago. It hasn't had enough time to melt and then recycle back into the mantle. Okay, now notice this is very much different from what would have to be the case if uniformitarianism and conventional geology is true. Because they would say it's always been moving along slowly. So there's plenty of time for this material to melt and get recycled into the mantle. There shouldn't be huge amounts of colder material piled up at the base of the mantle. But we would say this happened fast. So as long as we can tell what's going on down there at the base of the mantle, we should be able to verify that we're right. The plates have moved much faster in the past. All right, so who ended up, at the time, we didn't have the technology to figure out what was going on down there. Well, then the technology caught up. 3 years after the creationist prediction, seismic images of the mantle's density structure verified creationist predictions and showed evidence of enormous piles of cooler slabs of material in the mantle, specifically under these subduction zones, which are apparently remnants of the pre-flood ocean crust that piled up at the base of the mantle. So this rapid diving, what's going to happen when you've got the rapid diving of these plates? They're moving on the order of meters per second, as fast as you can run, rather than centimeters per year. So the supercontinent breaks up, starts moving apart rapidly. This would have caused the rapid formation of mountains along subduction zones. It would have, in convergence zones, and it would have caused materials to be piling up as the plates are diving, smashing into each other. So you picture this conveyor belt. So the cold crust of the ocean floor diving down into the mantle. Okay, new hot mantle material has to come up to the ocean floor to replace that at the divergence zones on the other side. So what's going to happen when you have extra hot magma hitting the cold ocean water? Well, what happens whenever you take water and throw it on a campfire? Well, it immediately superheats it and turns it into steam, right? So there would have been steam jettisoning into the atmosphere. So this magma would have been coming up all along all of the divergent zones all over the earth that are in the ocean, which go for hundreds of miles, okay? Most of these divergent zones are underwater in the oceans. This would have caused intense rain around the globe as these geysers that stretch all over the place erupt and pump water high into the atmosphere, which then comes back down from the heavens onto the land. Okay, now you've got added magma on the sea floor. Okay, what is that going to do besides start superheating the water? Well, it is now going to displace water from the sea onto the land. Okay, so think about this. This hot material that is now replacing the colder ocean crust. The ocean crust is diving down, the colder stuff's going on down. The new material that's replacing the ocean floor, because it's hotter, what happens when you heat things? They expand, okay? So it's now less dense, it's hotter, it's lighter, so it's riding higher in the mantle. So essentially the ocean floor is gradually being replaced. It's all going to be floating higher in the mantle in this heated state. So it pushes the entire sea floor up, creationists believe, 3,500 feet or more. So as the seafloor is raised, now water from the seas starts spilling onto the land and carry with it marine creatures and sediment, which explains why you've got marine creatures all the way across the continents, even in the middle of continents, far away from the ocean. Not just freshwater creatures, but marine creatures. And even on what are now high mountains, which wouldn't have been high mountains then, you got to keep in mind that the higher mountains are forming while this is going on. So they get marine creatures on them, which then get lifted up. So water's coming in from the ocean as the sea level is rising, in addition to the water coming down from these immense geysers. Now you've got major earthquake going on while this is going on under the ocean. What's that going to cause? Tsunamis are destroying the land from this tectonic activity. It's obliterating the pre-flood rock, turning it into tiny grains, breaking it down to grains through erosion, and then they get deposited across the entire continents with sediment being deposited across the entire continents. So most of the water from the flood is coming from the ocean, from all of this going on. And keep in mind, while this is happening, you have the meteorite impacts occurring. Okay, so this is not some gentle, pleasure cruise. The flood is terrible, what's going on here. So I found a simulation that I'm going to show you here. This was by secular geophysicists, and it actually may be correct in depicting what the pre-flood world may have been like. There really is no way to know. There's just so few pieces left of what this could have been like. But what they do is show you, based on, for example, the magnetic striping, where the various pieces moved over time. Now they're thinking in terms of hundreds of millions of years. We would say all of this is happening rapidly in the flood. And so what I did is I'm going to show you where all the known meteorite impacts from the flood, where they hit and when they strike during the flood. I add those to the simulation and show what's going on with this. Now we keep in mind that this is only the craters that have been discovered thus far, and also obviously any meteorites that struck the ocean areas during the flood wouldn't leave craters so readily for us, at least it would be hard for us to find them, which is why the verified meteorite craters are land craters. In order to get a better idea of how many meteorites actually struck during the flood, you have to add quite a few more. So far, there's over 100 meteorite craters that correlate to the flood, but 70% of the surface of the earth is in the ocean. And so if you take what we know about the land and extrapolate to the ocean areas, and if we assume that they were striking the ocean at the same time, you got to add around 230 more meteorite impacts. We're talking over 330 meteorite impacts occurring during the flood. So this seems to be a significant part of the flood. So notice the ways that you could die. Drowning would be kind of easy. And don't forget, we're doing science here. We're supposed to be thinking, what do we learn about God? One of the big purposes of science is to learn about God. What is he like? Look at Psalm 104. You covered the earth with the deep as with a garment. The waters stood above the mountains. At your rebuke they fled. At the sound of your thunder they took to flight. The mountains rose. The valleys sank down to the place that you appointed for them. You set a boundary that they may not pass, so that they might not again cover the earth. So in light of verse 9, this seems to be referring to the flood, not creation week. Otherwise, this passage would have been violated during the flood. So if this refers to the flood, it makes perfect sense. It fits with the model that creation scientists are arguing for now. The high mountains are not forming until during the flood, when the plates are smashing into each other at convergence and subduction zones. So now, due to the formation of the mountains in the flood, it is now impossible for there to be enough water to again cover the earth, which is what this passage seems to be saying. By the mountains rising and the valleys sinking, which would be these big ocean trenches, a boundary has been set so that the water can't again cover the earth. The only way to do it would be to totally erode down the mountains, for example, and the continents. And there would have to be enough time to do that. And God's basically saying there won't be enough. A boundary's been created, that's not going to be able to happen again. The end will come before that happens. So according to the text, the rain itself continues for 40 uninterrupted days and nights. But that wasn't the extent of the catastrophe. The waters apparently continued to rise for some time after that. So this isn't just 40 days and 40 nights. The water's continuing to rise. Now, based on catastrophic plate tectonics, that would apparently be due to the ocean floor being continued to be overhauled. So that's gradually making the ocean floor, as it's getting overhauled, is now getting taller all the way across the ocean floor until it's totally overhauled. Which, by the way, we can get dates of the ocean floor, and we find that the ocean floor is way younger than the continent. So the ocean floor was totally overhauled in the flood. It actually fits with what we're saying happened. So the water continues to rise, and then the waters eventually level out, apparently beginning to decrease on the 150th day. So that's 5 months from the beginning of the flood. And what's interesting about that is the final things getting buried are the dinosaurs, and they're still alive because their footprints are all over the place. So they're alive for weeks, maybe months, while all this is going on. And then they're getting obliterated. I mean, the fossil beds I was studying of dinosaurs in Wyoming, and the seismites there, they are getting the kind of power being unleashed by the earthquakes, like as the Rockies are forming, is making the dinosaurs explode. They're shards of them, bits and pieces. Some of them are sticking out of rock formations that only form from earthquakes we don't have a way to reckon how big the earthquakes would have had to have been to form these. So the water of the flood is probably not blue. It's probably red, a lot of it. I mean, this is very violent and bloody, what's going on here. Notice that during this catastrophic period, typical Earth processes, of course, are totally disrupted. Seasons, day and night. After the flood, God promises Genesis 8:22, He's not going to allow that to happen again on a global scale. Again, we would expect this with catastrophic plate tectonics. So you've got a lot of extra cloud cover for a period of time because you got more water, but you also got a ton of aerosols from volcanic activity in the atmosphere, from meteorite atmospheric debris as well hitting up into the atmosphere. All of that's going to stop day and night, block out sunlight, and with it summer, much of the heat we receive. Obviously, seed time and harvest is going to be stopped while the earth is covered with water. All right, so let's return to this question, this quibble. How could the flood be global? How could there be enough water to cover the earth, prevailing over the mountains over 20 feet? Well, with this model I've laid out for you here, this helps you to understand why you need to have these, because it helps to answer these kind of quibbles. So let's think of the science side first. Remember that CPT theory would say that the water came primarily from the seas, both in the form of rain, from these geysers, and from the sea level being raised due to hotter ocean floors. So when you recall from Psalm 104 that the taller mountains are forming during the flood, and you recall from catastrophic plate tectonics that the mountains are forming as these plates are smashing into each other, then you realize the pre-flood world must have been much flatter. So it wouldn't have taken nearly as much water to cover the land with water at that point, because all the tall mountains hadn't been formed until later in the flood during the recession. That's when these taller mountains start coming up. You have to picture a much flatter earth with a lower elevation, covering the highest points of the pre-flood earth. Wouldn't have required anywhere near the amount of water that it would require today. So where did the water go after the flood? Well, this is answered too. So first of all, as the ocean floor is raised during the flood, and as all this is going on, as the fountains of the deep are broken up and so forth, that activity would have dumped loads of sediment onto the continent, raising the level of the pre-flood continent relative to pre-flood time. Plus, you've got mountains forming at all these different plate boundaries, which raises the land in those areas even further. So notice, without the water going anywhere, the continents are already going to be higher in elevation. They're going to be sticking up out of the water further than they would have been in pre-flood times. But also, you have to consider other implications of catastrophic plate tectonics. So as the ocean floor is diving into the mantle, new material's coming up replacing it. That material's hotter, so it's less dense. So it's sitting higher in the mantle in an expanded state. So then what happens when the entire ocean floor gets overhauled? Well, this conveyor belt process would have abruptly slowed significantly. And so the ocean floor, after it's totally replaced with new material, it slows down, it stops the steam jets. And as that new material on the ocean floor cools, what happens to it? Well, it now becomes more dense again. So it starts sitting lower in the mantle, which allows all the water to go right back to where it came from. It recedes right back to the ocean. So bottom line, there's no problem from science in explaining where the water came from or where it went. I mean, science makes sense of this. Other evidences from science, the Cambrian explosion. Okay, this is a worldwide explosion of fossils that begins at the base of the fossil record. To all intents and purposes, this is where the fossil record begins, and it's not a localized deposit. Like today, when little catastrophes happen, you'll have an area that maybe has a bunch of mud that was deposited or something. No, this is a worldwide deposit of creatures in some kind of fossil forming event, some kind of catastrophe that goes across the entire planet. This suggests a worldwide catastrophic event. Also, at the same time, you've got this long distance travel of sediments. When you look at the material found in the rock layers, for example, the Grand Canyon, okay, in many cases, the material that's in those layers, when they try to figure out where did that come from, it got deposited here, but where was its source? They'll find it hundreds of miles to the northeast, or when you get up to like the Navajo sandstone, it comes from up here. It's from New York. And it somehow got to the Grand Canyon. Okay, now again, when you see today, you think uniformitarianism. Today, okay, you might see some sediment get moved a little ways by a river or something. But it doesn't go thousands of miles and then end up in a place that covers multiple states. The material covers multiple states and is hundreds of meters in thickness. Okay, now this suggests something a little bigger than a localized deposit. This is huge. This is a catastrophic event that would be required to take all that material and move it thousands of miles and dump it. That doesn't happen today. Another evidence, mega seismites. This is where I did some field research on this, and these are these rock layers that form from earthquakes that hit sediment that is wet. Okay, and usually today, when you find these major earthquakes, like 1964 Alaska had like a 9.1 Richter scale earthquake, it formed a seismite about that thick, and you see this layer of sandstone now that's all convoluted from the earthquake. Okay, we're finding seismites that are taller than this building out there. Okay, these are so huge that it only makes sense if you've got like mountains forming rapidly. There's no way to really explain these, and there's tons of these layers, distinct layers out in Wyoming where you had these seismites forming. Other evidences, starting at the Cambrian explosion, so the very beginning of what we would say the beginning of the flood, it's basically the beginning of the fossil record. And by the way, it's a major problem for evolution. They do not have an explanation for this because the creatures show up all of a sudden. They're fully formed without any evolutionary history. They're complex in many cases, and they're very different. It's not like they're all kind of the same little critters and then eventually turn into other things like the tree of life that Darwin thought would happen. No, they're very distinct creatures, and it's more like an orchard, exactly like creationists would expect. That's what the fossil record shows. But starting down there at the Cambrian explosion, the point where we would say the flood started, you have worldwide beds of sandstone, for example, from some kind, how do you get that? Well, this has got to be some kind of water-based catastrophic worldwide event. Okay, you can look at these layers like in Grand Canyon, go across the entire continent, jump over the ocean, the same layers continue into Europe. These, again, are not localized beds of sediment like we see happening today. No, these are worldwide beds. They begin at the Cambrian explosion, and then you find similar worldwide beds like that that continue up through the geologic column all the way to the point where we think the flood stopped, just above the Mesozoic, right after the dinosaurs. And also, sedimentary rock is the dominant rock type throughout those worldwide layers, just as we'd expect. Sedimentary rock is generally understood to be formed from water activity over 90% of the time. This has to, based on science, there has to be a worldwide water event. There was a major catastrophic event that happened. I don't see how you can not say that. It's demanded by the physical evidence. Now you move from science and we look at what the Bible says, and the Bible, of course, doesn't leave any room for a local flood interpretation either. So very quickly, if it was a local flood, why in the world do you build an ark over 100 years or so? Why not just leave the area? We got plenty of time. Why bring animals from all over the place? I mean, God's sending the animals to Noah anyway. Why not just send them out of the area? How would the ark be able to stay afloat for several months if this is just a local flood? And how could the biblical terminology that describes the water as covering the high mountains that are under the whole heaven, how can that be describing a local flood? I mean, how could water even get high enough locally to cover a mountain if the flood isn't greater in its extent? Now I picture the water getting up and it's like it has these edges and it just kind of sits there. You know, that's not how it works. That's not how gravity works. How could the biblically stated purpose of wiping man from the face of the whole earth be accomplished with a local flood? Whenever I had the students out there learning about all this in Arizona, we just went through the text, starting in Genesis 6, and as I read through the text, the kids had to highlight every time there was a word that implied this is greater than a local flood. And we lost track. There's dozens of textual indicators that force you to realize this has to be way bigger than local. You have to be intent on ignoring what the text says because of some of their preconceived idea to reject what it's clearly trying to say. You have to think, science doesn't support this, so I don't want to believe it. That's what you have to do, and you have to force your other ideas on the text. The text is clear on this. This is a big one. If the flood was local, then isn't it true that God lied? Okay, so God says, I'm never again going to send a local flood. Uh-oh. There's been a few local floods since then, haven't there? Okay, there hasn't been a flood like this, but there's been the local floods all the time. Also, Peter uses the universal destruction of the earth and the flood to describe what Judgment Day is going to be like. Okay, so if the flood's not universal, then what about Judgment Day? Why would the seasons have been affected if this is just a local flood? Were seed time, harvest, winter, summer, day and night stopped? Okay, come on, that's bigger than local. Why did the dove find no resting place for the sole of her foot when sent out? Doves can go huge distances. Why did the dove not find a place to rest her foot? This is bigger than local. This is global. So the flood, a very different portrait from the one that maybe comes into our minds when we think of what this event would have been like. This again was no pleasure cruise for Noah and his family. Really, you don't even want to be on the ark. You don't want to be alive at this time. This is terrible, what's going on. And what does that tell us about God? We can't forget that. The world is forgotten. On the same day that the waters began to decrease, the ark rested in the mountain range of Ararat. Where exactly that was, the waters continued to recede for another 4 months. And during that period of recession, we know that the retreating floodwaters are catastrophically eroding many of Earth's canyons, though not all of those. The Grand Canyon was formed probably later. After 9 months, on the first day of the 10th month, Noah could see the tops of various mountains. Another 40 days goes by, he sends out a raven and a dove. He waits another week, sends the dove out again. After it returns, he waits another week, sends the dove out. The dove doesn't return. He waits another month, removes the covering from the ark, sees that the surface of the earth is dry. And after another almost 2 months, the earth is completely dry. They leave the ark. Again, this doesn't sound very local to me. The timeline as given in the text is based on the Jewish calendar, which reckons time based on a lunar year, which is 354 days total. So based on the text, a year and 11 days pass, so you have to convert that to the solar calendar that we use. And so from beginning to end, Noah and the other passengers left the ark after one solar year, exactly 365 days. Noah and his family, 8 people, exit the ark, and from those 8 people repopulate the entire earth. So genetically, we all have a portion of Noah and his wife in our blood, regardless of our ethnicity. Now, whether or not the wives of Noah, Shem, Ham, and Japheth were part of Noah's family, were they sisters, were they cousins? We don't know. I mean, is it possible that they married from other Sethite clans or even Canaanite clans? Depending upon the answer to that, the portion of our genes that can be traced solely back to Noah would increase or decrease. But unless all 8 survivors were in Noah's family, then it can't be said that genetically all of our blood came just from Noah and his wife. So that's interesting genetically. The passengers from the ark, of course, come off and find a completely different earth from the one that they knew before the flood. You can only imagine what that would have seemed like. Most of this wouldn't actually be here, right? This would have been probably pretty desolate carnage, probably corpses. I mean, imagine what you would have seen. This would have been a mess. The animals and plants that had been destroyed. Peter says that the world that then existed perished. And there's no doubt a lot more to what that means than what we typically think of. The world is very different. This chart gives the lifespans of the patriarchs as recorded in Genesis 5 and 11. Notice the approximate 900-year lifespan before the flood, with the exception of Enoch and Lamech. And then notice this drop, this exponential drop in lifespans. Now, granted, the Genesis 11 genealogies are not worded exactly the same as the Genesis 5 genealogies. And so there's a lot of study and discussion that can be done on that. But this seems to provide some evidence for the fact that something is pretty different. It starts at the flood. Something different is going on here that maybe causes the environmental change, is affecting life longevity, for example. So size, health, life longevity all starts to drop, maybe in a proportional way to whatever's going on the earth as it's calming down after the flood. And as further evidence of the major change that apparently occurred, Genesis 9, verses 2 and 3 says that animals would begin to fear and dread humans. This maybe indicates something about the nature of the animals and how they're responding to what's going on. And then in verse 3, apparently linked with that statement about the animals, you have the first mention of God authorizing a carnivorous diet for humans, which you would think would lead to animals fearing us, right? Now, is it possible that some humans were already eating animals before this? I would say very much possible. I mean, the humans are not obeying God, so why would we assume there's not carnivory among the humans? You definitely see it in the animal kingdom by the time of the flood. But at least at this point, God authorizes it. Another example of how different the world was after the flood is the ice age, or the ice surge, or ice advance, depending upon which Christian scientist you talk to. But we find a lot of evidence that the earth, a large portion of it was once covered with ice. In fact, 30% of the land, as opposed to 10% today. In fact, you've got, I think, a lot of evidence around it right here where you're at. I don't see it down in Alabama so much, but you've got a lot of evidence up here. So we can observe what happens today when glaciers expand and contract and see the effects of the glaciers when they do that. And from those observations, we infer that the glaciers of the north used to extend deep down into the northern hemisphere. You found what are called parallel striations, so scratches on rocks that extend over miles and miles of plains from the rocks and boulders that are in glaciers. As they expand and contract, they'll scratch and facet the rocks even, wear them flat from the glacier expansion and contraction. You find till and moraine that pile up along, for example, the edges of the glaciers as they move, and it'll leave kind of this little rock fence that's not human-made as the glacier expands, and then it contracts and leaves it, right? So secular geologists believe that multiple ice ages have occurred over a few million years, as many as 50 ice ages. But there's major problems with their interpretation of the evidence for these ice ages. No single theory from their perspective, has been able to explain all the evidence. And that's one of the important aspects of a theory. If it's a good theory, it has to have good, what we call explanatory power. It has to be able to explain the evidence. Well, for example, why would there have been all of the animal extinctions where you have 167 entire genera of larger mammals? They completely disappear from the earth after only the supposed last ice age. What about the other ice ages? Why would you have what are called disharmonious associations? This is where you have warm area animals like hippos living contemporaneously, same environment, with cold area animals like woolly mammoths and reindeer. Okay, that doesn't make sense that they would be living if you have an ice age in the way they're depicting it. Why would they all be living together? Why is there evidence of wet deserts? Okay, areas that are deserts today, but we get down a little bit under the surface and we find that there was a time when these were wet. These were lush environments. And of course, the biggest issue they have, there is no known mechanism to trigger a single ice age from their perspective, much less multiple ice ages. They don't have a means to actually get one launched. How do you get one started? Well, this is a place where, once again, creation science has given a solid answer to how to explain this. In fact, an ice age would be predicted to follow the flood if catastrophic plate tectonics is true. It would be a necessary effect of the flood. The flood would have triggered it. So modern creation science theorizes there weren't multiple ice ages. There was a single ice age. We call it more of an ice advance rather than an ice age because this isn't a long period of time. This is a gradual buildup that lasted only about 700 years with a peak at about the 500-year mark after the flood. So creation scientists would say that all the evidence that secular meteorologists are using to argue for ice ages over millions of years fits into a single major ice age that lasted only a few hundred years. So what do you need to initiate an ice age? Well, you might be tempted to think, well, you just need cold winters. You need the winter to be colder. Well, that'll actually have the opposite effect because with cold comes dryness, less moisture, which gets at the root of why secular meteorologists can't figure out how to begin an ice age like this, because you have to have the glaciers be able to expand more during the winter than they contract in the summer. That's the only way to get these glaciers to expand. So you need three things. You need cooler summers, so there's less melting, more moisture, so more evaporation of the ocean, and then a persistence of that for long enough for the glaciers to get big. Now, all three of these would have been perfect effects of the flood. According to catastrophic plate tectonics, the volcanic activity, the tectonic activity going on because of the flood, which is continuing for a period of time after the flood, is shooting ash and aerosols into the atmosphere that blocks a lot of the solar radiation, which is going to cool the summers. That would have caused a lot less melting of the glaciers during the summertime. So the ice is now going to continue to advance annually, each winter in waves, instead of melting each summer, which is more what we have going on today. So eventually it's going to cause more and more extinctions towards the peak of the ice's advance, because now the animal habitats are being threatened. The pre-flood environment was also likely warmer, including the ocean, but of course the volcanic activity going on during the flood is going to heat the oceans by several more degrees. What's that going to do? Way more evaporation of the seawater, which leads to intense snowfall, especially away from the equator, since sun rays are going to be halted by the aerosols and ash. Okay, so now you need persistence of that. Well, again, we'd predict that this tectonic activity is continuing due to catastrophic plate tectonics for some time after the flood. So the oceans would have continued providing significantly elevated evaporation for possibly centuries until the earth finally calms down and things start moving towards an equilibrium state, at which time the ice would have started to retreat. And by the way, creation scientists don't really deny that the earth is getting warmer. Okay, in that sense, global warming. What we deny is that it's been shown that humans are the primary cause of it. Okay, that's a totally different thing. We don't deny that the earth is heating. In fact, we would say the earth is probably still recuperating from what happened in the flood. we're moving towards a time when there probably won't be glaciers, the pre-flood climate. All right, so why would that be a bad thing, especially whenever more people die from cold than they do heat each year, things like that. So we would argue not only is there not evidence that humans are the primary cause, there's not even evidence that it would be a really bad thing, even if we were. And so we view this whole thing differently than they would. I've seen evidence that makes me think what's going on with the sun and solar flares parallels better what we see going on globally temperature-wise. But I like Kurt Wise, who's a Harvard creation paleontologist. I think he makes a good point that I think we're just moving back probably towards the pre-flood climate. That's what's really going on. So anyway, towards the end of this major primary melting period, catastrophic melting would be predicted to occur with huge amounts of water being trapped in kind of makeshift lakes as the glaciers are melting, even in areas that are now deserts, which explains evidence for past wet deserts. And as these lakes continued to grow from the glaciers melting, the natural dams holding that water in these makeshift lakes would breach, which would cause the rapid formation of canyons, which is something that even the secular geologists think was a not an unusual thing during ice ages. Like, for example, they'll say that the Lake Missoula flood was a flood from an ice age that occurred due to one of these dam breaches that happened from one of these natural dams in these kind of lakes. And when that particular flood happened, it had caused immense destruction, including a 50-mile long trench that is between 1 and 6 miles wide, with walls that are up to 900 feet high, carved out of solid rock. Geologists estimate that 10 cubic miles of basalt from the trench were eroded rapidly by catastrophic flooding from that ice age event. And creation scientists believe that, at least many creation scientists believe this is probably what carved the Grand Canyon. And so the layers were deposited in the flood, but during the ice age, we think that there were 3 massive lakes on the Colorado Plateau that breached and then rapidly carved the Grand Canyon over a short period of time. A lot more I could say on that subject as well, but we'll keep moving on. All right, so the creationist ice advance theory may or may not be true. Again, this is a theory. It has great explanatory power where modern uniformitarian models fail to explain the evidence. It explains why you have a huge number of animal extinctions only occurring once, because there was just one ice age. It explains the disharmonious association of the animals, because you have milder winters, cooler summers, that keeps the animals living relatively mixed instead of being forced into more distinct habitats. The evidence for wet deserts is explained. The animal dispersions from Asia over to America across the Bering Strait, because you have now a lot more water in the form of ice and clouds, which actually uncovers some of the places where there could have been land bridges that now have water there. The rapid formation of post-flood canyons is explained. The thickness of the ice cores in Greenland and Antarctica, we'll talk about that tomorrow morning, that's explained. And of course, the biggest plus is that we have a clear-cut trigger to initiate this ice age period. It's demanded by the flood. And while all of that's going on, humanity lives on, right? They're having to live through all that, and they're reproducing after the flood. And not much is explicitly stated about the period after the flood with regard to human. In fact, there's not even evidence, we haven't discovered evidence of writing at all for some time, right? Genesis 10 and 11 gives genealogical information about the intervening centuries during what creationists theorize to be the ice advance period there between the flood and Abraham, basically. And it helps us to see which line from Noah repopulated which area of the world, but not much beyond that is known. From Seth to Abram, you've got 10 generations, and once again, there isn't any evidence of gaps there. Now that said, while there's no evidence of gaps in this lineup, Moses' terminology in Genesis 11 isn't exactly the same as his terminology in Genesis 5. And when you weigh all the evidence on this, and there's a lot that I could say about this, there is potentially room for a few hundred years in the Genesis 11 genealogies, but you can nail that down, the limit there. And we're not even talking about thousands, much less millions of years that could be added there. This is a few hundred. And we got an article on our website that talks about this. But keep in mind, when we stand back and we look at the question of time and the genealogies, even if Genesis 11 allowed for millions of years worth of time to be injected in there, like as though there's, let's say, 1 million gaps in the genealogies, like Moses just skipped 1 million different gaps, right? Which is ludicrous. But let's just say that that's what happened. It still is not going to cause the Bible to fit the evolutionary paradigm. And here's why. When you look at the actual fossil record as portrayed by evolutionists, guess where humans show up? The genus Homo, what are likely the human group, shows up at the very top, roughly 2 million years ago, based on the evolutionary time scale. Okay, Genesis 5 and Genesis 11 genealogies are both genealogies of humans. Okay, so where do you have to squeeze the time into the genealogies? It's before the genealogies. This is all the time. This is day 1 through 5 from their perspective. Right? So you squeeze time into the genealogies, it's not helping you. You're squeezing in time up here. You got to have the time down here, and Genesis 1 doesn't allow the time. Right? The Hebrew doesn't allow this. The science doesn't allow it. Jesus doesn't allow it. Mark 10:6, Luke 11:50 through 51 indicate humans are around from the very beginning, not at the very end of geologic time, which is what the evolutionary model would say. So you just can't make the Bible fit with the modern paradigm. You can't do it. And you don't need to. The paradigm that the world is basing their belief on is a blind faith. Major problems with it. It's not what we have. Now granted, what that means is you're going to feel kind of alone and like an outcast and a weirdo. And guess what? The Bible says, that's basically what it means to be holy. It means to be lonely is really what we're talking about. If the world likes you, you're doing something wrong. Right? You just need to accept that. Young people, accept that. They're going to think you're a weirdo. Be okay with it. Noah was a weirdo, but he survived. Right? To the world, he would have been a weirdo. Moving forward, you have Babel. This is probably at the time of Peleg, based on Genesis 10:25. This could have been as early as 100 years after the flood, or a few decades later, according to the Genesis 11 genealogy. So this would likely fall during the period of the Ice Age, as the Ice Age is picking up, which might explain humanity's reluctance to obey God and spread out, or why God chose to step in when he did and fix that. Because he's trying to, God of course is going to be aware of what's going to happen with the Ice Age as it continues to increase. But regardless, there may have been multiple human languages before the flood. The text doesn't really make that clear. But at the time of the flood, they all would have been wiped out except for whatever language Noah and his family are speaking. All right, so from that point to Babel, there is still only one language being spoken after the flood, right? And by the time of Babel, that is the post-flood language, and then the language divisions are supernaturally created by God, and the descendants of Shem, Ham, and Japheth spread out from Palestine. So notably, human fossils and archaeological artifacts don't appear in flood or pre-flood layers. They're all apparently wiped out in the flood, possibly subducted. Human fossils and artifacts don't appear until after the flood. So archaeologists study the artifacts and divide what they call early human history. We would say it's not early human history, because all the flood stuff is before that. This is post-flood human history, but they're calling it early human history. You just have to know how to translate what they're saying into the biblical time frame. But they'll divide it into 3 what they call ages. And really, these are just on the order of hundreds of years each, from our perspective. The Stone Age, the Bronze Age, and the Iron Age. So how do we translate that to the biblical perspective? Well, the Stone Age would correlate to what we would call post-flood to pre-Abraham. The Bronze Age would be Abraham to David, right, roughly 1000 BC. And then the Iron Age from, say, David to Cyrus, although it depends on where you are in the world, right? So that is 550 BC. So we would correlate the Stone Age especially with the dispersion after Babel in the Ice Age period. So archaeologists, they're looking around at the artifacts that have been dug up in those early post-flood layers, and they see evidence that humans were nomadic during that time. They're called hunter-gatherers. They're moving from place to place. I wonder why that is. And so they believe that they were doing that for thousands of years, of course, until they evolved to the point where they began to settle and farm. Again, we would interpret the same evidence differently. First of all, they weren't nomadic for thousands of years, possibly hundreds of years. They're dating the rock layers using erroneous radiometric dating methods. But yeah, we would agree with the evidence that the humans were probably nomadic because this is during the dispersion period. This is after Babel. So after Babel, they're spreading out, filling the earth as God is forcing them to do. So they're nomads. And it wasn't that they weren't intelligent enough to farm and have houses. It's that they weren't allowed to stay put and build houses and make cities and farm. They'd already made that mistake at Babel. Okay, so they're spreading out and filling the earth. Genesis 9:1, God's requiring that. Now keep in mind, this is an important point. Many of the Native Americans that the Europeans discovered in the 15th century AD were also nomads and also weren't writing. Not because of a lack of intelligence, but because they just weren't inclined to put down roots in one place. See, these archaeologists are assuming that humans are just more, ape-like or something because they're nomadic and not making cities yet. No, they're the same as what the Native Americans were here. This has nothing to do with intelligence. So they're not staying put very long, and so you don't expect there to be cities and houses. Instead, you would expect, for example, that they're staying place in kind of a bed and breakfast. Okay, so they're in tents or they're in caves. Okay, sure enough, cavemen are associated with the Paleolithic period of the Stone Age. So people are finding shelter in caves, not because they weren't as intelligent to make houses. That's not what's going on here. They didn't have time to put down roots. Why do you stop and build a house when you got to keep moving? And interestingly, I just read an article in a secular journal in the last few weeks where they're realizing that these older, supposedly more primitive humans apparently did, even in their pictures, actually had something of a language in them. That what they apparently were doing is marking on the stone possibly where the various water sources were in the area for the next group that might be coming to that same cave. Now that fits exactly with what I would expect. Okay, so if I'm spreading out and everybody's spreading out and I come to this cave and I'm, oh man, we found this water source. Well, hey, there might be another group that as they're spreading out, they're going to come by this cave too. I better mark where that is. Well, that's the kind of thing you do. And by the way, so after a few hundred years, then when they spread out, begin to settle, different types of archaeological artifacts start surfacing. As more products are being developed, they would be useful in a farming culture and in a culture that stays put. So this is what archaeologists call your Bronze Age. And so it's during that time you start finding evidence of writing. Okay, so could humans have written before that? Like during the dispersion, possibly. You'd expect at least they were certainly intellectually capable of it. Again, maybe these drawings are saying something about that. But there also probably just wasn't as much of a need for the writing yet. And again, a good comparison would be many of the North Americans the Native Americans here in North America, which, by the way, I say Native Americans from a biblical flood perspective. Really what they are is the descendants of Shem that just got over here before the descendants of Japheth. That's really what we're saying. Okay, so Noah and his family get off the ark, and everybody spreads out. The descendants of Japheth go towards Europe, and the Shemites go east. Okay, and the Shemites apparently went across the Bering Strait and went down and populated North America. And the Japhethites, they start going northwest, and they don't get over to America until much later. That's really what we're talking about. There's nobody that is native to any of the world. I mean, everybody's wiped out. Okay, Noah and his family, if anything, you would say they were natives, kind of the mountains of Ararat, I guess. Everybody else is kind of a Johnny-come-lately to it, really. It bothers me, that kind of terminology. But again, because it's very secular in the way it's not biblical. It's just not the way we would describe these things. Anyway, humans would have certainly been intellectually capable of writing, just like the Native Americans could have, even though they weren't writing whenever Europeans came and discovered them. A lot of them were drawing pictures, not because of intelligence, it's just they didn't have probably a need to develop written languages. So keep in mind, whenever God miraculously creates the new languages at Babel, humans may have had to develop the written forms of those languages. Nothing is said about the written languages. God creates the oral languages, and maybe the written languages had to come later. One final interesting point about the Ice Age, as we start wrapping this one up. When did Job live? So, by the way, isn't this cool? I have this depiction here. I had Rob put something together from one of our graphic design guys. So that's I would have been in the fetal position probably as God's talking out of this. The Bible doesn't tell us exactly when Job lived. There's a lot of debate about that, but there's some interesting puzzle pieces in the book that I think shed some light on this, some clues that caused me to feel like, man, he surely lived after the flood. So, for example, a flood is mentioned by Eliphaz, and now floods happen a lot, but I only know of one that is directly mentioned as being a punishment for wiping out wicked men, okay? This suggests a post-flood date. Job 38:16, God highlights the recesses of the deep, the ocean, which seems to be referring to the deep sea trenches, which don't form until the flood. Also, the text doesn't specifically reveal Job's age when he died. Job 42:16 tells us he lived 140 years after the events that are talked about in the book. Okay, so how old was he when all of that began? Well, okay, he's old enough to have 10 apparently grown children, chapter 1 and verse 4, which suggests that he may have been 50, 60, or higher, which means that he was at least 200 years old. Now, that age was described in chapter 42, verse 17, as being old and full of days, okay, which wouldn't have described Job if he lived prior to the flood, because people then are living over 900 years. So when you consider that Terah, Abram's father, he lived to be 205, Abraham lived to be 175, Isaac 180, Jacob lived to be 147. Well, then you see that Job's age fits nicely around the time of Abram, possibly just before that. Also, several names are mentioned in Job, which were likely named after individuals mentioned in the post-flood period in Genesis 10 through 36. And so that argues for Job living post-flood, and those same names argue for his living during the pre-Mosaic period in the patriarchal age. So sources outside of the Bible also verify some of those names as being from the 2nd millennium BC, around the time of Abraham. Also, no mention is made of the destruction of Sodom and Gomorrah and the cities of the plain, although surely that would have been known to the inhabitants of Uz, if we understand where that was. While again, the flood is mentioned in the book, as would be expected. So this suggests a pre-Sodom and Gomorrah time period. Also arguing for a pre-Mosaic patriarchal time, Job is described as offering sacrifices for his family. So this is a patriarchal custom that occurred throughout the time before Moses. And his wealth is measured not in money, but in livestock and possessions. Now also, God talks directly to Job in chapters 38 through 42, as he did to the patriarchs prior to Moses. Also, there's no mention made of anything pertaining to the law of Moses or the events affecting the Israelites in Egypt or Canaan, even though Uz, where Job lived, is thought to be in that neck of the woods, which suggests that Job is pre-Moses. And in fact, his daughters are given an inheritance at the end of the book, which was not customary during the Mosaic period. Also, a kind of money is mentioned, which dates back to the pre-Mosaic patriarchal period as well. And also, the style of the book matches other writings that date to the 2nd millennium BC. So these and other factors suggest that the events of Job took place maybe just before the time of Abraham, on the tail end of the Ice Age. So with that in mind, it's interesting to note that cities are mentioned as existing in the book. And interestingly, there are no known cities in Ice Age layers, which are the Pleistocene layers. So cities don't show up until the higher rock layers of the Holocene, which is where Abraham must have lived, because cities are clearly in existence during his time. The 5 cities of the plain, for example, is just one example. But I can only find one reference to cities in the book of Job, which isn't really typical of other Bible books relating historical accounts. So instead, lands are described, or people who eventually had cities or lands named for them. And so Job may have lived on the tail end of the Ice Age and the Babel dispersion, transitioning into the time period when cities were being planted, with his life perhaps overlapping with that of Abraham. Interestingly, snow and ice are also mentioned several times in the book, even though snow would have likely been even rarer in Uz than it is today in Florida, because it's so close to the equator. So why would snow and ice have been such a hot topic in Job? So again, it would fit with Job having lived around the time of the Ice Age. So assuming so, then the book of Job tells us a lot about the mindset of humans at that time after the flood, and it tells us about the animal kingdom and their behavior at that time, including the mention of Behemoth, which is most closely matches the description of a sauropod dinosaur, and Leviathan, possibly a type of large marine reptile like a mosasaur, plesiosaur, something like that. All right, so as we wrap up, consider once again the flood. Isn't it amazing what we can learn about this event from science? It's fun, but it's also alarming. Because again, remember, God didn't want this event forgotten. Why would that be? God likely executed, on the low end, 215 million people by drowning, crushing, burning, mutilation, dismemberment, and disintegration. So the flood tells us things about God, his feelings about sin, his concern for his people, those who are striving to live righteous lives, that they're not forgotten. Jesus, remember, called the attention of his audience back to the flood in Matthew 24. As the days of Noah were, so also will the coming of the Son of Man be. For as in the days before the flood, they were eating and drinking, marrying and giving in marriage. All right, they're just going along, doing their day-to-day thing with no concern, until the day that Noah entered the ark, and did not know until the flood came and took them all away. 4 words that describe what I just went through in this session. So also will the coming of the Son of Man be. That warning there, people don't like to think about Jesus reminding people of that carnage and unjudgment. Is it important to study the works of the Lord like the flood? Is that important? I mean, it's crucial that humanity not forget the significance of the flood. The flood is a physical depiction of how God feels about sin. When we see a high mountain, we mustn't forget why that mountain exists. The flood is a reminder of God's holiness and the necessity of human repentance if we want to please him and if we want to be on the ark. It's a reminder that judgment can always be just around the corner when we least expect it. Isn't it amazing that God, uses the rainbow as this reminder? And guess who's taken the rainbow and pirated it and is using it as the symbol of the very things that likely caused the flood in the first place? So, isn't that terrible? How the Lord, what he did here has been forgotten to that point. But the flood is also a reminder of those who, like Noah, obey God can also be saved through water and receive the benefits of God's grace. Once the divine long-suffering waited in the days of Noah while the ark was being prepared, 120 years, in which a few, that is 8 souls, were saved through water. There's also an antitype which now saves us, baptism, through the resurrection of Jesus Christ, not the removal of the filth of the flesh, the answer of a good conscience towards God. The bulk of the religious world around us, they reject that teaching too. You don't like it, just reject it. See how well that goes for you in the end. Imagine how many people rejected Noah's teaching, which was just what God had him teach. They just rejected it. I don't like that teaching, I reject it. Okay, well, you're not on the ark, buddy. Sorry. I mean, that's what it always comes down to. Are you going to accept what God says or not? Eve said, no, not going to accept that. And every one of us since then has done the same thing. Every one of us. We've all done it. And the question is, are we willing to accept it and just humble ourselves and conform our life to it? Hardly anybody ever has said yes to that. And maybe many of us are in the same boat. You know, what a sad thing. The bulk of the Lord's church is going to be lost for the same reason. The Bible's clear on that. The Bible describes those who are going to be saved as a remnant of a remnant. I mean, we're talking the crumbs. That's all that's going to make it. Are we going to be among them? Or are we going to be part of the next big judgment of God? All right. Hopefully you're thinking about maybe some questions that you might have as we have been covering this material. The session after lunch and the one tomorrow morning, we're going to start looking at responding to some of the pushback that we get on the stuff I presented. And you'll see why we needed to do this. Because the model as I've laid it out for you here can help you to respond to virtually any criticism people make against the flood. And so we're going to start diving into some of those. So it's more the apologetic side of things. And that's faith building because you see how strong our case is. It's robust, our model. It is able to respond to criticism. Very much appreciate the attention you've given me. This is a lot of material. I know if your brains feel fried, don't complain about it because I'm feeling it myself up here. I feel fried too. All right, David, where are you at? Turn it over to you.
In just a moment, Dan is going to come and lead a prayer for the meal. Before we do that, a couple points of order. We would like to request that everyone allow those who are older to go through the food line first. If you need a definition of those who are older, well, you know what? Whenever I do that, I get in trouble. So you know who is older. Also, I would like to ask Alan and Silas, could you two, as soon as the prayer is done, go set up the handicap table? Silas, would you help Alan do that, please? Thank you. Okay. Any other points of order that I need to hit, elders? All right. David, remind everybody. Right. Yes, if you need to use a card to purchase books, talk to Dr. Miller. He can take your card, and hopefully we'll sell a lot of books for him. So, Dan, would you please? Oh, sorry. Thank you. We're going to be back at 1:30. So if you go out to eat, make sure that you're back, well, in about an hour from now. So don't want to miss anything. That'll be great. Anything else? Okay. Dan, would you? Thanks.
About the rest of you, but I got this thing going on called a mind expansion headache. Thank you, brother. Great stuff. I mean, it's great stuff. Let's go to our Father in prayer. Father God, we come to you this morning. We thank you for our brother who's come up here to share his wisdom and his understanding and the things that he studied deeply with us. We appreciate this very much, Father. We appreciate him. We ask that you will bless our brother as he continues in his ministry. Be with Sister Mona as she struggles for her health in the hospital, and be with Brother Jim, that he be comforted, and his family. We ask that as we depart from this meeting that you bless the food that's downstairs in the hands of those that are prepared for us. Help us to use it for your glory. And we thank you for all things in Jesus' name. Amen.
We're going to start with a song. Number 32 in the book. Huh? No, we'll just start. They'll pick it up. I just got to clear my throat so I don't hack. I will call upon the Lord who is
Worthy to be praised. Shall I be saved from my enemies? Lord liveth, and blessed be the rock, let God of my salvation be exalted. The Lord liveth, and blessed be the rock, let God of my salvation be exalted.
Jesus Christ died for me.
Jesus Christ died for me.
And He took away my sin.
He took away my sin.
Will live with Him.
I will live with Him for eternity. The Lord liveth, and blessed be the rock, and let the God of my salvation be exalted. The Lord liveth, and blessed be the rock, and let the God of my salvation be exalted.
I will call upon the Lord.
I will call upon the Lord.
All right, no sleeping. I was talking to me, not you, so. All right. Okay, so evolution and the Big Bang are the major components of the story that naturalists believe explains our existence. And so evolution and the Big Bang are the primary parts of the naturalistic model. The scientific explanation of what has happened throughout history from a purely naturalistic perspective, without any supernatural help. Our model, our story of what happened historically and scientifically, the biblical creation model, is a little bit different, right? And so in the previous sessions, we've been laying out what that model entails. The biblical creation story, the framework that helps us to understand the universe around us, the physical evidence. And we looked at evidence for the existence of God last night, more specifically the God of the Bible, how you can come to know that He is the one God, and that the Bible really is His Word as compared to the other alleged holy books. And then this morning, we looked at the guts of what the Bible teaches us about history in those key areas that help us to make sense of the physical world around us. So the next question, can that model, as we have been studying it, that framework for viewing the evidence, can it explain the evidence from science and history? Does it harmonize with the evidence? Can it withstand scrutiny? Can the creation model be defended as we're told to, 1 Peter 3:15? And so in this session, in the session tomorrow morning, we want to tackle those questions. And again, if you have any kind of questions that you come up with that would be good for our Q&A tomorrow afternoon, be sure to be looking at that as well. So these sessions this afternoon and tomorrow morning will illuminate why the previous ones have been important to have clear in your minds, because they're going to help answer the criticisms that are being made in this day and age against biblical creation. Keeping in mind that a lot of the things I've talked about are very theoretical. The Bible doesn't say anything about catastrophic plate tectonics or an ice age, how the flood started, meteorite impacts. This is all us taking the physical evidence around us and drawing what we hope is rational conclusions, making sense of all that in light of what the Bible says happened. So notice it requires a lot of theory to figure out what's going on. And I hope you've seen that it's a pretty robust model, what I've laid out for you. It has a lot of explanatory power. It can explain a lot of evidence around us. That's not to say that we have all the answers sorted out yet, but we're on, I think, the right track. So, as we look at the attacks being made against creation, you're going to hear me several times point back to the model that I've laid out for you in these sessions and giving an answer to the charges being made. So in this session and the next, I want to spend some time responding to some of Bill Nye the pseudoscience guy's attacks against biblical creation. So he squared off against Ken Ham several years ago now, it's been a few years, in a debate over biblical creation, specifically the biblical creation model. And so Ken Ham is the head honcho at Answers in Genesis and who has developed the Creation Museum and the Ark Encounter. Raise your hand if you've been to the Ark Encounter, several of you, okay? I highly recommend seeing that. I would agree with the science of 99% of that. When they get into doctrinal things, they kind of go off, but most of that is solid information. And I, in fact, lead tours for churches that want to go up there, where I walk you through both of those places and kind of give you some of the more detailed information about what they're portraying there. So in this debate, the first half of first of all, raise your hand if you saw this debate. I'm curious. A couple of you did. The first half of the debate, I think, went fine. And as long as they were just presenting their kind of pre-prepared speeches, Ken Ham did fine. But once they opened it up to going back and forth, where you really see which model, if the biblical creation model can withstand scrutiny, that's where it went kind of south. Because Ken Ham just was not able to, I think, answer several of the things Bill Nye brought up. Although, ironically, the Answers in Genesis website does answer the questions Bill Nye brought up. But Ken Ham, he's more the spokesman for the group, but he's not really the one doing the science work behind the scenes. And so it made it look as though the creation model is not able to withstand scrutiny. That was kind of the unfortunate thing. So one of the points that Bill Nye brought up over and over and over several times, and by the way, I wrote a response to this in a pretty detailed article, which we have for free on the table, on the free part of the tables back there in the back, where I responded to a lot of these things that Bill Nye brought up, because I knew these are going to start becoming issues we got to deal with, because he made it seem as though we don't have answers to these. But one of the things that he brought up over and over had to do with predictions. So far, Mr. Ham and his worldview, the creation model, does not have this capability. It cannot make predictions and show results. The big thing I want from you, Mr. Ham, is can you come up with something that you can predict? Do you have a creation model that predicts something that will happen in nature? So notice the gauntlet's been thrown down here, and we have to be ready to defend the Bible, right? We're to be apologists. Now, he's not talking about predictive prophecy, okay? What he's saying is that in science, if you have a good theory, you should be able to make predictions. So let's say I think that there's an invisible force like a magnet, and it will draw smaller masses towards the center of larger masses. And I'll just call this invisible force gravity. Okay. All right, so I can make a prediction. Now, if I'm right, then if I were to drop my remote, it should get pulled down to the earth because it's a much larger pull. It's a larger mass, so it should pull this towards the center of the earth. So I can make that prediction, go carry out experimentation that provides support for my theory. Now, if I drop this and it just floats, I've now falsified my theory, right? I've shown, so it's a lot easier to falsify a theory. If I drop it and it sticks to the ground, that doesn't necessarily prove my theory, but it does add support for it. So what he's saying is, you creationists can't do science, where you can make predictions and go out and do research and experimentation and actually do anything with it. That was his argument. So what I've already shown you is we have a model. It's very scientific. We've already looked at a lot of the evidence for that. Unfortunately, the bulk of the world around us does not realize that. In fact, there was a young man that just emailed me this week And so he had a professor that wanted him to write an article or an essay on evolution. And so the student said, well, can I write one against evolution? And so the professor went ahead and let him, but he said, but you need to use actual peer-reviewed sources. And so I gave him some peer-reviewed creation sources, and the guy wrote back, oh, well, those aren't peer-reviewed. Well, he's just ignorant. These guys don't know what creationists can do. It's all been suppressed. Well, anyway, hopefully you've already seen the creation model is loaded with solid science, but can it actually make predictions? I actually already mentioned some predictions that we've been able to make, but after watching that debate, I went ahead and sat down over about an hour and made a list of about 30 predictions that you would make based on the biblical model that have been verified upon going and examining the evidence. And I'm not going to have time to go through all of these. You can see that Reason and Revelation back there that is available for free, or go to our website. This article is online. So we're going to go ahead and jump to just some key ones that I wanted to highlight in this particular session. Several of these I cover in that other seminar, Dismantling Evolution, as well. I've got a Dinosaur Day event where it's really kind of targeting more of the younger people, where I show evidence for the coexistence of humans and dinosaurs. But let's look specifically at this number 11 here, or number 12, I should say. If the earth is relatively young, as the Bible indicates, and humans lived alongside dinosaurs, both having been created on day 6, then we'd predict that there'd be evidence that dinosaurs must have been around in the not too distant past. Okay? They didn't go extinct 65 million years ago, as the evolutionary community would say. Well, just as one example that supports what we would say on that, our predictions. In the past decade or so, a powerful evidence has come to light that verifies creationist predictions. Scientists have been cracking open dinosaur fossils that are supposed to be 65 to 250 million years old, and discovering collagen, blood vessels with red blood cells still intact, soft, stretchy tissue, where whenever you extend it and let it go, it pops back to its original position. In T-Rex, Hadrosaurs, Mosasaurus, Psittacosaurus, a lot of the marine reptiles, even the pterosaurs, the flying marine, or the flying reptiles. Now, obviously, these should have long ago decayed if evolution is true. Now, theoretically, collagen and hemoglobin could last undecayed for maybe thousands of years with pristine, cool, sterile conditions, which is not where we're finding these fossils, those kind of conditions. But even under those conditions, we're not talking millions of years. Amazingly, Mary Schweitzer was the one that originally found this. It's been probably a decade now. And she's no creationist. And she published this, and everybody, of course, the evolutionary community, tackled her on, no way, this is contamination. You've somehow gotten some flesh of your own or something in there, whatever. And so she's like, all right, fair enough. She goes back and is even more meticulous to make sure, and found the same thing. So everybody else starts cracking open their own dinosaur fossils, and everybody's finding soft tissue. So like dozens of species have now been found with it. So now they're scrambling to figure out, how do you keep tissue from decaying for 65 million years? Okay, so you notice the blind faith here. I mean, it has to be. Evolution has to be true, and these have to be 65 million years old. Otherwise, God and the Bible are true. We're not going to believe that. That's hokey. But we're going to believe in this blind faith idea of 65 million years, just so we can stay away from God. I mean, is this really just following the evidence where it leads? Or is this somebody that has dug their heels in and they won't accept the evidence no matter what? See, this debate has never been about the actual evidence. The evidence is clearly on the side of the Bible. The issue always comes down to, will a person accept the evidence or not? That's what it comes down to. Well, based on what they're finding, it should come as no surprise that carbon-14 is being discovered in dinosaur fossils, and there should be, we don't have the technology to detect carbon-14 in fossils that are supposed to be even 50,000 years old, much less 1 million, 2 million, 3 million, 4 million, 65 million, 100 million, 150, 250 million. We're finding carbon-14 in them that shouldn't be there. And it doesn't matter how much meticulousness is taken in order to make sure there hasn't been contamination. We're finding C14 throughout the entire geologic column exactly as creationists would predict. Again, verifies creationist predictions, what is now being found. Could talk a lot more about that. Let's move on. Number 13, if the Earth is relatively young, remember we're doing predictions here that can then be carried out science. We can figure it out, find whether the science actually supports our model. We would predict that geologic processes that have been assumed to take eons by conventional methods, like petrification, we would assume that there'd be evidence found to show that these processes can actually form rapidly. And of course, more and more scientific evidence has come to light that verifies creationist predictions. For example, back in 2004, this is just one example, this has been done other times, 5 Japanese scientists published their research on rapid petrification in the secular journal Sedimentary Geology. So they were studying mineral-rich acidic water from the explosion crater of the Tateyama volcano in central Japan. So water flows over the roof of the edge of this volcano as a waterfall, and they saw that some wood had fallen in the path of this mineral-rich water, and they realized that wood petrified within like 36 years. And so now they wanted to conduct some, more specific controlled experiments, and they put wood down in the water and, tested to see how long it would take. They found that silica petrification could occur in 7 years. In 2004, a paper was published on rapid silicification of plants at Yellowstone, and they found within 11 months, the plants were already found to have had enough silicification that the plant tissues had been stabilized against collapse and the plant structure was replicated. And so again, notice though, you need to have special conditions. They would be from catastrophic events like volcanoes. If you have that kind of condition, it can rapidly petrify things. And of course, we would say that's exactly what would have been the case in the flood. Coal, oil, and diamonds are thought to have taken millions of years to form, but scientists now know they don't necessarily take a long time because we can form it in a laboratory in a matter of minutes in the case of coal, hours, days. With heat being the primary requirement, volcanic clay accelerates the process along with moderate pressure, both of which would be in the flood. The 1980 eruption of Mount St. Helens verified the fact that catastrophic activity can rapidly create the environment for rapid coal production. And the modern flood model, again, would have likely brought about the perfect circumstances. With oil as well, scientists have discovered it doesn't take millions of years to form. It can be formed rapidly in labs, and we see it being formed rapidly in nature. The Guaymas Basin, for example, one of the trenches in the Gulf of California, has a 1,500-foot thick layer of material that's been deposited by billions of tiny organisms, and as hot geothermal waters move through that ooze, it is being converted to oil and natural gas. Diamonds are thought to be millions of years old, but scientists are regularly discovering carbon-14 in diamonds, proving that they can't even be 50,000 years old. And so diamonds aren't as old as they have always thought. So if something happened within the last few thousand years that had to speed up decay rates over a period of time, aging things rapidly and making them look older than they really are in some cases. Diamonds are thousands, not millions of years. Number 14, again, if the Earth is relatively young, we would predict evidence to be uncovered indicating the layers of the geologic column can be deposited rapidly, that the sediment can be deposited and then lithified, turned to stone rapidly. And just one such example comes from what are called polystrate fossils. These are fossils that cut across multiple polystrata, straight. So like, for example, this tree or this one. So if those layers take millions of years to be deposited and then lithified, what would you be having to say? Okay, this tree is sticking up out of the ground and somehow it's still alive while all this material over hundreds of thousands and millions of years. Does that happen? Do you know of trees that are hundreds of thousands of years old sticking up out of the ground? No, they would die and they wouldn't even fossilize. Because whenever things die, What happens if you kill an animal on the side of the road? It doesn't fossilize. It gets eaten by scavengers and so forth. It gets destroyed. It takes special circumstances to even make a fossil. In fact, it takes catastrophic conditions to do that. You got to bury it quickly and deep. Keep it away from oxygen and large amounts of water so that it can stay there and get compact. And gradually the water, as it's seeping down to it, is replacing the decayed parts slowly over time, and it turns it into rock. So it's got to be very sequestered from any of those kinds of things that'll accelerate decay. So trees have been found as polystrate fossils, and in fact these fragile plants called calamites and catfish. This is probably the most famous. An 80-foot long baleen whale standing on end in a diatomaceous earth core in California. Just one example of a polystrate fossil refutes the claim that sediments take millions of years to lithify. By the way, let me give you another quick example. Whenever you go, for example, to Grand Canyon, if you go into Carbon Canyon, there is this deposit of sediment that is, I don't even know how tall it is. It has to be hundreds of feet in height. And you see these distinguishable layers. All of a sudden, they turn 90 degrees and start going up into the sky. Okay, now what happens to a rock if you try to bend it? It's going to break, okay? So if you have rock strata that are bent without breaking, that tells you that those strata had to have been deposited rapidly, and before they lithified, there had to have been rapid, like the tectonic plates rising to force it to turn like that, okay? And before it then lithified. All right, now that would be catastrophic. That means all that material is deposited rapidly, it's still soft, and then tectonic activity moves so fast that it turned it. Well, at Grand Canyon, you see that. At Carbon Canyon, you've got that. I've got some pictures of that. And now the secular guys say, well, it has to be that it was laid down flat, and then the tectonic activity kind of reheated it so that it could bend. And then, okay, well, if it does that, it becomes metamorphic rock. It's a different kind of rock. Okay, so the question is that sedimentary rock at Carbon Canyon, or is it metamorphic? And the answer to that is huge. Okay, so one of the answers in Genesis guys, one of the PhD geologists, he was going to go down to Grand Canyon, take samples, and prove that's sedimentary rock. They wouldn't let him. So the answers in Genesis sued and won. And so he got to go down there, get the samples, and prove it's sedimentary rock, exactly as we'd predict it would be. This isn't metamorphic. This was all deposited. The whole geologic column was deposited rapidly. That's just one example. You see these sedimentary. In fact, last year I was in some caves in Virginia, studying the caves there, and I saw folded strata in the cave that's sedimentary rock. So this is all over the world, that kind of evidence. Number 15. Secular geologists argue that uniformitarianism is true, although again there's some movement away from strict uniformitarianism, but evolutionary dating methods, all of them are based on the assumption of uniformitarianism. Whatever rate you see going on today has always been that way in the past. And there's a bunch of these examples, but they all come down to that basic principle. So according to uniformitarianism, processes going on today have always gone on in the past that way. So if a stream is moving down through a canyon, like say the Grand Canyon, you got the Colorado River moving down. It's always moved that way, according to uniformitarianism. It's always moved that way and in the same basic way. But if the creation model is true, we'd predict that canyons can form rapidly, and evidence, in fact, substantiates that prediction. For example, March 19th, 1982, a small eruption at the summit of Mount St. Helens caused a massive mud flow, and within one day, a 20-mile-long, 140-foot deep canyon was carved. This completely nullifies uniformitarianism. If uniformitarianism is true, and geologists come along and they see this little stream going through there, well, hey, they're going to assume it's always been doing that throughout time. And so therefore it would have taken tens, if not hundreds of thousands of years for this canyon to form. And yet we know it was formed in one day. You just need to have catastrophic conditions, as would be the case in the flood. I mentioned to you the Lake Missoula flood, which was actually from, we would say, the ice age. They would say from one of the ice age. Water breached an ice dam, and released 500 cubic miles of water, 10 times the combined flow of all the rivers in the world, released in 2 days. It destroyed 16,000 square miles of terrain, cut hundreds of feet through solid rock, created canyons. Number 16, if the Earth is relatively young, but evolutionary dating methods say it's old, then we'd predict evidence to come forth that indicates there's something wrong with these dating methods. They must have flawed assumptions. And that evidence is becoming more and more readily available as well. So these evolutionary dating methods are based on at least 3 fundamental assumptions that have major problems when you look at the actual empirical evidence. And I could spend a lot of time on this, and in my evolution seminar I do spend more time on this. The book, The Young Earth, that we sell, which I brought 1 copy if it hadn't been purchased, I would recommend. It goes into a lot of the issues with these dating methods, and I talk about these in articles on our website as well. But for the sake of time, let's just look at one of these assumptions. Okay, so one of the assumptions is that if you have, say, a rock that is uranium, okay, it's a rock made out of uranium, it decays into lead, okay, lead-206 over time. Uranium decays into lead. And so if you find a rock and it has some uranium and some lead in it, what they do is figure out how long does it take for uranium to turn into lead, and then they just backtrack to figure out how long it would have taken for it to be completely uranium. Okay? That's basically what they're doing. And so there's a lot of assumptions that go into that, but one of them is that the nuclear decay rate, for example, of uranium into lead has stayed constant throughout history. Okay? That's one of the assumptions. Now, in 2009, the European Organization for Nuclear Research, this is where the Large Hadron Collider is that discovered the Higgs boson particle. You might have remembered that from years ago, the God particle. They announced research that indicates that the nuclear decay rates are not, in fact, always constant. If you have ultrasonic cavitation in water, it increased the decay rate of thorium-228 by a factor of 10,000. Ultrasonic cavitation in water is the flood. Okay, there's going to be a lot of that going on. So when you have these weird catastrophic conditions, it can mess with these decay rates and therefore make things look a lot older than they really are. Okay, you can accelerate these decay rates, and they're assuming that they're constant. In 2010, Purdue research, they released, they discovered that radioactive decay rates on Earth apparently are affected by what's going on in the sun. When things happen in the sun, it seems to affect the decay rates over here. So notice, without this fundamental assumption of constant nuclear decay in place, you can't use these dating techniques. You can't date anything that's thought to be very old because there's no way the assumptions would hold. So again, the creation model predicted that this kind of thing would be found. Science has confirmed it. Number 17, if the Bible indicates the earth is relatively young, the creation model would predict evidence of that claim would surface, keeping in mind also that we would also predict a mature earth. Right? The universe is going to look old for the most part, but we would expect there to be some evidences of a young earth. Well, sure enough, we've got lots of lines. I've got an article called 21 Reasons to Believe the Earth is Young, where I'll go into a lot of this, but let's just look at a couple quick examples. The moon is receding from the Earth at a rate of about 4 centimeters per year at present. It's not a linear rate. So when it's closer to the Earth, the recession was faster, and it's slowing down now as it moves further away. So based on the equation that describes the recession rate, scientists can calculate where the moon would have been compared to the Earth at different times. So we know, for example, 6,000 years ago, the moon would have been about 800 feet closer to the Earth than it is today, with some assumptions in place, right? Always keep your assumptions in mind. That would be fine, though. It's not a problem. But if the moon is as old as they say it is, they claim the moon is 4.5 billion years old. 1.5 billion years ago, the moon would have actually been touching the Earth. Okay? So it would be physically impossible for it to be any older than that. Okay, so how would they ever respond to that? Well, they'd have to say, well, the recession rate was different in the past. Yeah. They've now given up on uniformitarianism, right? All of their dating methods are based on the assumption the decay rates have been the same. So anytime it's inconvenient, I'll see them say, well, yeah, okay, it must have been different in the past. And then they give up on uniformitarianism unless it is sticks with their dogma, okay? Bottom line, the moon can't be as old as they claim using their own assumptions. What I would say is this doesn't actually prove a young moon. What this proves is uniformitarianism is garbage. Get rid of it. The minute you eliminate uniformitarianism, granted, you can hardly date anything except through divine revelation. You can't really use science to prove a young earth. You can't do it. The assumptions prohibit it. The only way to know the age of the earth is if God weighs in on the subject. Now, you can find evidence to support what you believe, but it's still going to be based on certain assumptions. Here's another example. In the area of population statistics. So evolutionists believe humans have been on the earth for 2 to 3 million years. The genus Homo, okay? Homo erectus and Homo heidelbergensis and the Homo diminuti and the Cro-Magnons and the Neanderthals. These are all the Homo group. So using statistical equations, you can get an estimate of how many people should be on the earth if that were true, okay? So if we given conservative estimates and we account for disease, war, famine, and so forth, if we assume humans have only been on the earth for, let's say, 1 million rather than 2 to 3 million years, there should be 10 to the 2,000th people on the earth today. Okay, that's a lot of people, okay? Now, in order to try to get your mind around that number, if the universe is, say it's only 28 billion light years in diameter, they're actually saying it's now bigger than that. Well, let's just stick with 28 billion light years. If you took miniature humans, 3 feet tall, with narrow shoulders, and squeezed them into the universe like sardines, you could squeeze 10 to the 82nd power people into the whole universe. Now notice that leaves a few more humans. In fact, enough humans to completely pack 10 to the 1,918 other universes like ours. Completely fill them. And remember, these are calculations based on humans just being around for 1 million years, not 2 to 3. Okay, so it'd be argued, I'm sure, well, there just couldn't be that many people. There wouldn't be enough resources. And so all those extra people would just die off somewhere around 50 billion, which is what they would say the Earth's capacity is. Okay, well, then there should be, we can make predictions, there should be evidence that that capacity has been reached long ago multiple times, and billions upon billion years of hominid fossils should prove that. And yet, according to their own words, they barely have enough to fill one coffin. According to their own words on this. Okay, it's just not reasonable, the mathematical gymnastics that have to be done to try to make sense of this. Now, amazingly, if we adjust our calculations based on our assumption, the contention that creation is true, we'd argue that about 4,350 years ago, 6 people began the repopulation of the earth, if you eliminate Noah and his wife. And if that's the case, 6.7 to 8.1 billion people should be on the planet today. That's very close. Another example, scientists have been measuring the Earth's magnetic field with precision since 1835. And they've determined that the Earth's magnetic field is decaying, and it even has a half-life of 1,100 years. Now again, if we take their own assumptions, uniformitarianism, and we calculate back in time and we double the Earth's magnetic field every 1,100 years, you get to a point 30,000 years ago when the Earth's magnetic field would have been so strong that it would have been comparable to a neutron star, creating so much heat that it would have been catastrophic to the Earth. Earth's internal structure probably couldn't have even sustained the heat. It'd be impossible for life to exist, and yet evolutionists say life has been around for not 30,000 years, but 3.8 billion years. Okay, now again, if the creation model is true, there's no problem to dodge here. And so there's a bunch of scientific techniques like this using their own assumption of uniformitarianism that demand a young Earth. And so which one is true? Well, the answer is you can't use any of those methods. Uniformitarianism is a terrible assumption. So get rid of all of it, and you're going to have to study the Bible and see what the Bible says about this. That's ultimately what you have to do. Number 18, evolution predicts life has evolved into more complex forms. Intelligence has gradually increased over time, starting with a single-celled organism, ending with the state of consciousness that humans enjoy. And so ancient man is depicted as dumb cavemen grunting and beating clubs and with their knuckles dragging on the ground, which does describe a lot of men today. But they're incapable of intelligent thought. and only developing more sophisticated technology as our brain finally develops and allows us to. Now, the creation model would predict, if you think about it, the opposite, okay? Because God made man fully formed and perfect. His brain and his brain power, his genes were in pristine condition, no genetic defect. His ability to think and focus and reason no doubt exceeded our own. So man before the flood could have been capable of who knows what. Because humans not only had that kind of power in their mind and even in their physical bodies, but they're living 900 years. Imagine what you could do if whatever craft you study for 50 years, you multiplied that by, say, 30 more lifetimes. How great you would be. And who knows what they were able to do? It was all totally obliterated in the flood. We can't even study it. The only things that survived came through Noah and his family, and you do see evidence of the amazing technology through their family. We'll look at that later. So again, the Bible verifies in Genesis 4, humans are already extremely intelligent, making cities right off the bat at the time of Adam's grandson. As apparently during the lifetime of Adam, men are already using tents, having livestock, designing musical instruments, and even working with bronze and iron, remember. So these are thought to have taken hundreds of thousands of years to develop from an evolutionary sense. So the evolutionary model would predict this increase in human advancement and intelligence as we become more enlightened, right, more evolved. But we would predict advancement doesn't really have to do with our intellect or intelligence. I mean, entropy is going to play a role. So as the human genome continues to degenerate, our bodies and brains are not going to be capable of doing what they would have been able to do 6,000 years ago. So in a sense, there'd probably be a decline in various aspects. We're not living as long too. But also number two, we'd predict that human advancement has to do very much with the state of a society, okay? So the decisions that its leaders are making, okay? Does the society create an atmosphere that encourages using our God-given abilities, learning, research, exploration? So how free is this society to do the things, to unleash their potential as God gave them? And of course, if that society, is it behaving in a way that grants it providential blessings from God? See, we would have to work that in, which the secular guys, of course, wouldn't. But God blesses nations whose God He is of theirs, right? Proverbs 33:12, right? Or Psalm 33:12. So advancement we would expect to be up and down, different levels throughout history, depending upon the society, okay, and how well they're doing, especially spiritually. So then when a society ultimately becomes so wicked that it collapses, which is inevitable, then you'd expect a lot of that advancement that they have to just come to an abrupt halt and many times disappear. And so sure enough, archaeologists dig around and we find amazing things from societies in the past that we didn't even know how they can do it. And yet those societies are buried, and guess who's living on top of them? Many times third world countries. They're living at the very place where people before them had technology way more advanced than they did. What does that tell you? This doesn't have to do with intelligence. Why was that nation below them wiped out? Well, the Bible always tells you what it is. He'll wipe them out where they become a byword. They'll be forgotten. Nobody will even remember they're there. Archaeologists dig down, they're like, wow, we didn't even know these people existed. Right? That's a biblical concept. That doesn't make as much sense from an evolutionary perspective. But archaeologists will dig down and find architecture and structures and technology that are a mystery as to how the ancients knew about these. So we found examples of this all over the world. Advanced ancient human intelligence, ancient boats able to hold lots of people, very precise maps that give accurate depictions of the shape and size of coasts and so forth. Advanced astronomy, even though they didn't have the telescopes we have, the tools that we have, chemistry, advanced chemistry, hydraulic engineering, weaponry. There's solid evidence that the Nazcan people of Peru from 2,000 years ago, they were already able to perform successful skull surgery to relieve pressure from battle wounds. And one of the reasons we know that, we find evidence that the skull had been opened up and then it was replaced and it started growing back. Okay, and so they were able to do successful skull surgery. They built a sophisticated system of aqueducts, many of which are still functioning today, 2,000 years later, called puquillos. And so we find ancient towers and ziggurats, pyramids all over the world, abilities which societies had, and then the technology again disappeared with the collapse of that society, only to be uncovered by archaeologists hundreds or thousands of years later. This is what we would expect, and this is what we find. And interestingly, these are one of the examples of the kind of technological ability that seems to have survived the flood through Noah and his family. If you think about the kind of things they were studying in order to build the ark, it comes down to things like civil engineering and marine type engineering. And we find evidence of that immediately after the flood. The Nazcan people, again flourishing 2,000 years ago, were drawing these enormous, very precise pictures called geoglyphs on the ground. These are actually featured in the fourth Indiana Jones movie. And these pictures are so enormous that many of them were not even discovered until we could fly over them. See, these are roads. It shows you how big these are. These huge geoglyphs that span for long distance. Some people have theorized that maybe they had the ability to do hot air balloons, because we found that they had what appears to be threads that were so finely sewn together that they're even closer than our parachutes are today. So they've wondered, is that what because why would you make these if nobody can actually see them unless you're above the ground? Or maybe they're trying to talk to the gods or something, but they're being able to do it. In the 1930s, archaeologists discovered ancient batteries, proving that people in Baghdad knew how to make these over 2,000 years ago, 250 BC. 2006, the New York Times ran a piece announcing the discovery of ancient Peruvian canals used for irrigation farming. And these are thought to go all the way back to Abraham or before. And here's what Craig Morris of the American Museum of Natural History said. Their use of slope and management of water flow shows again that ancient people were a lot smarter and more observant than we often give them credit for. Again, because they're thinking evolutionarily. Okay? Humans have always been intelligent. And again, the creation model would predict that that would have always been the case, even in ancient times. By the way, it's true that we have a lot of advanced technology today, okay? And that can be confusing to you and make you think, oh, well, that means that humans have become smarter. It's not really what's going on if you think about it. When you consider the primary discoveries that spark technological progress, think about, for example, the discovery of how to harness electricity. The telephone, has the telephone been important? You think about how many things have come from that. The internal combustion engine, airplanes, computers, the sparks that begin these processes, in general, come down to individuals who either accidentally stumbled across a discovery or designed something after many, many trials and errors. It wasn't about them being, like, say, more evolved or something. They would use, a lot of times, stumble across something. Now, and you got to ask questions. Well, how did they have the time and money to keep working on something over and over and over and failing until they finally come up with something? That has to do with the society they're living in. If the society grants them freedom to be able to explore those kind of things. If you were to live in a society where they tell you what you're going to do, it's going to hold you back from making the kind of progress that your society would otherwise do. When you take freedom away, the society's not going to do as well. So it doesn't have to do with intelligence. Now, after you discover something, after humans figure something out, we're really good on building on that discovery, inventing new things, and going high, especially when you consider the minute the ability to communicate over long distances was made, after we figured that out, where now we can coordinate with people across the world and so forth very quickly, and scientists can work on each other's stuff and improve. Well, that changed everything. But how was the telephone figured out? That's the key. Right? That was a single thing where God can providentially just make something happen for a country that allows a boom. And it has nothing to do with our intelligence. If anything, you would say it had to do maybe with that individual being somebody, or that society around them being somebody that God wanted to bless in some way providentially. So imagine if the pre-flood world had stumbled across, say, electricity. who knows what they may have been capable of doing to build on that knowledge when you consider how long they lived. I've often jokingly said, imagine we get to Mars and we step off the spaceship and we find that humans have already been there, right? From the pre-flood world, right? All right, number 19. I'm just joking on it. Don't quote me on that. All right, since the Bible mentions giant humans, we'd predict there'd be evidence surfaced that supports that claim, that giant humans have lived. So are giants a mythical idea? Apparently not, according to evolutionists. According to evolutionists. The popular science podcast, The Naked Scientists, yes, that's their name, that's put out by Cambridge University. They conducted an interview with Lee Berger, 2007. He's a famous paleoanthropologist, University of Witwatersrand, South Africa. So he's found the big discoveries over the last decade, Australopithecus sediba and Homo naledi. And so this group had this opportunity to come interview him, and they visited his fossil collection at the university where he's a professor, and they discussed the fossils they're seeing there. So in the article following the interview, Chris Smith, the editor, says, one of the most interesting things that the fossil record reveals is that we went through a period of extreme giantism. These were people routinely over 7 feet tall. They were huge. Berger says, you probably heard the myth that ancient humans were tiny, and some of them were tiny, but as we move through the period of 0.5 million to 300,000 years ago in Africa, they go through a period of giantism. And he proceeds to show the group an example of one of the giant femurs from a species dubbed Homo heidelbergensis. He says, they're huge. That's so big, we can't even calculate how big this individual was. You need an NBA basketball player to get someone of the height someone like this would have been, something like over 7 feet tall. So these are huge fossils. They don't even know for sure how big these guys had to have been. He just surmises over 7 feet tall. And so Smith responds to Berger and asks him, is this just some weird abnormality? And Berger says, no, because we found a lot of them. Everywhere we find them enormous. These are what we call archaic Homo sapiens. Some people refer to them as Homo heidelbergensis, right? Guys, I want to just go ahead and give it a different name. Why is he giving them a different name? Because they're huge. These individuals are extraordinary. They are giants, right? So notice, first of all, Berger acknowledges these are humans. They're Homo sapiens. They're just ancient, and they're big. And it's not just an abnormality. There seems to be a race of these guys. And if Homo heidelbergensis isn't big enough for you, back in 1944, Rolf von Koenigswald of the Netherlands Indies Geological Survey found some enormous jawbones. Time magazine ran an article announcing the discovery. Notice the title of the article, Giants in Those Days, quoting from Genesis 6:4. Koenigswald first found a big jawbone which looked more human than Pithecanthropus's, but was so massive that he thought it could not possibly be a man's. Then he found a still larger jaw, the biggest ever discovered, which was unmistakably human. It was apparently the most primitive, truly human fossil ever discovered. Koenigswald named it Meganthropus paleojavanicus, right? You give it a fancy name like that, it makes it seem, I don't know, something. And that wasn't the end. Koenigswald's crowning find dwarfed even Meganthropus. He found 3 astounding teeth. They were 6 times as big as a modern man's molars. Weidenreich is sure from the pattern of their biting surfaces that they are definitely human. And he has named this man monster Gigantanthropus. Franz Weidenberg now believes that gigantism and massiveness may have been a general or at least widespread character of early mankind. So notice evidence of big humans. Now this may not all be talking about like the giants like Goliath. I would suggest that in the ancient world, especially the pre-flood environment, that humans would have been conducive to being larger in a widespread way. Because you already see the animals and plants being larger too. Why not the humans? Which is what Weidenreich seems to be suggesting. Either way, these are post-flood, but this is early post-flood sediment that you're finding some large descendants that are there. It's possible that even one of that Shem, Ham, or Japheth actually could have been larger in this way. Maybe, maybe not. But notice again, we have scientific evidence that verifies the Bible's prediction and helps substantiate the creation model. And if the fossil evidence isn't enough, you can look around today and see examples of some pretty big people, even though we're thousands of years beyond the optimal period of health and life longevity. When I think of modern day giants, the first person I thought of was the professional wrestler Andre the Giant, died in 1993. He was only 7 feet 4 inches. He was short compared to the tallest man alive today, Sultan Kosin, 8 feet 3 inches tall. And his immense height seems to have come as a result of a pituitary condition, which resulted in an overproduction of growth hormone. So we even know the kind of things that can cause great height. Now, his health is not good, but that is not the case with some of these larger giants like this. There's one from the late 1800s that was able to pick up a horse, and they used him in a circus. According to the Guinness Book of World Records, the tallest man in medical history that has been reliably confirmed was Robert Vodlow, died in 1940, measuring in at 8 feet 11 inches, just shy of 9 feet. Weighed 491 pounds at one point. And so the giants of the Bible are not mythical beings, they are humans, albeit big ones. All right, number 20, if the flood happened, we'd predict that stories from such a cataclysmic event would be preserved as ancient oral traditions or in writings. Okay, so since the flood would have been apparently before the time whenever they were doing a lot of writing, then the stories would have been passed down initially orally, right, by word of mouth. And so you'd expect there to be similarities between the legends, so to speak, but you would expect them not to be the same, and likely many distortions would have been made over the millennia as people move further and further away from godly thinking. And sure enough, there's over 250 legends spread out across the world, ancient legends about a great flood. So here's just a few of those. In Greece, Zeus wanted to destroy humans with a flood and start over. Deucalion and his wife were put in a large wooden chest. A flood came that covered almost all the mountain peaks. Babylon, Utnapishtim, is warned by a god to build a boat in preparation for a terrible flood. He covered it with pitch, brought animals of all kinds and provisions. He sent out a dove afterward to see if the flood had receded, then a swallow, then a raven, which didn't return. They left the boat and worshiped their gods after that. The Toltec Indians tell of a great flood that destroyed the first world 1,716 years after creation. That's very similar to the Hebrew text. A few people escaped in a closed chest. When I was in Grand Canyon, I heard about the Anasazi Indians, the ancient Indians from the western U.S. that had a flood story. In China, the Nasu people, God sent a messenger to tell 3 sons of a flood. Dumb listened, ironically, and built a wooden boat. And then a huge flood came and covered the whole earth. Dumb was saved and had 3 sons that repopulated the earth. So notice amazing similarities. And they don't match the Bible perfectly, but if they did match, you'd think there'd been some kind of collusion, right? Because these are being passed down over hundreds of years by word of mouth in some cases. In the books, the discovery of Genesis and the mystery Confucius couldn't solve. Nelson even argues that the origin of the Chinese word for boat, you'll notice, is comprised of the ancient forms of the words for vessel, 8, and mouth or people. So the word boat means a vessel for 8 people, basically, right? Which would be like the ark, of course. And he makes a case for several other Chinese words being traced back to the flood, to the Tower of Babel, even to creation, and also argues from historical evidence that the Chinese were originally monotheistic. Right? So every society should have begun monotheistic, right? Eventually they would have changed to polytheistic over time. So again, over 250 legends of a major flood, and the resemblances to Scripture in many cases is extremely noteworthy, and just as we would predict to be the case if the flood actually happened. All right, in light of the catastrophic nature of the flood, as well as the drastic change in lifespans after the flood, we'd predict that during and after the flood, for a period of time, there would have probably been evidence of irregular rates or processes that today are constant and slow, like nuclear decay rates, which we already looked at, tectonic plate movement, which there's evidence of that being more rapid too, tree ring growth, ice layer formation, and so forth. And some of this has been discussed. We'll discuss some of that tomorrow morning. So let's move to number 22, evidence that catastrophism, rapid burial from catastrophes rather than uniformitarianism, would explain much of the geologic column, especially the fossils. We would expect that to be uncovered. And we already saw examples of polystrate fossils, but you also have these dinosaur graveyards found all over the world. And whenever I've done some actual dinosaur fossil excavation in Wyoming, where there has been dug up over 30,000 dinosaur fossils there. He thinks there's at least 5,000 animals representative in this one ranch. Okay, and so every day they're digging up dozens more. And so there's thousands of these, and these are like T-Rex and Triceratops and Admonosaurus. They're big, and yet they're in shards. And it is from a single event, and one of the reasons we know that is the bed that they're found in, the fossils are organized by size. Okay, so they get bigger as you go down, which we know when that happens, that is a single event where a lot of material, like a mudslide, is happening, going a long enough distance where by gravity it starts sorting the fossils. So it's what we call a single graded bed. And so this is evidence of a single event which involved a lot of water and had enough power to kill over 5,000 dinosaurs, rip them to shreds, and transport them a long distance. That doesn't sound uniform, and it doesn't sound local, and it doesn't sound small, right? Then you've got these interesting fossils all over the world that show catastrophic burial. Like notice, this is called an aspiration fossil, where a fossil fish is caught, in the middle of its dinner, that kind of thing. How about this one? This is an ichthyosaur, and it's in the middle of giving birth whenever it gets hit. So this is not uniform kind of conditions. Dinosaurs, you usually don't find their entire body fossilized. You find isolated bones, or like I said, in my work in Wyoming, they're shredded into bits and pieces. But if you happen to find an articulated skeleton where you've got the animal there and the bones are in the position that they died in, it is not uncommon to find them in this posture, where their tail is thrown up, their head's pulled back. A lot of times their mouth is open as though they're gasping for air. And this is known as the opisthontonic death posture. And it's understood to be due to death by water, like drowning. And again, that is a common thing to find with the dinosaurs if you find them articulated. Numbers 23 through 26 concern the fossil record. We would expect the fossil record to reveal fully functional, distinct creatures when they first appear in the fossil record because they didn't evolve. Number 24, the fossil record should reflect, we would say, the progression of the flood. The flood is not a record of life over time. It's a record of death in the flood. Okay, so we'd interpret the fossil record totally different. And so we would find lots of fossil anomalies to evolutionary thinking that don't fit with the evolutionary timeline. And these fossil graveyards, we would expect those to be found. So this number 23, this has been verified beyond a doubt in the fossil record. It's even conceded they don't have an explanation for this. Like Darwin recognized, for example, the Cambrian explosion, which I already talked about, remember, is a major problem for evolution. Like the fossil record explodes onto the scene. They're already fully formed and functional creatures without evolutionary history. Stephen Jay Gould is probably the leading paleontologist of the 20th century, Harvard paleontologist. He had no explanation for it, spent his life trying to get an explanation, died not having one. They have no explanation for how to harmonize the fossil record with evolution. And so notice, for example, what Richard Dawkins says about this problem. All right, probably the leading evolutionary biologist, Oxford University. The Cambrian strata of rocks, vintage about 600 million years, are the oldest in which we find most of the major invertebrate groups, and we find many of them already in an advanced state of evolution the very first time they appear. It's as though they were just planted there without any evolutionary history. Needless to say, this appearance of sudden planting has delighted creationists. Well, why would that be? Well, because that's exactly what we'd predict. The fossil record perfectly fits like what we would expect. It's a major problem. the evolutionary model. I've got a more in-depth article on this on our website, and I have a video that's 10 or 11 minutes long talking more about this. But not good for the evolutionary model, but it's perfectly in harmony with what we would predict to be the case. Numbers 24 and 25 on that list, evolutionary theory would predict that the lower strata should be simpler creatures, closer to the single-celled organism that supposedly everything came from. Okay, and then they should get more complex as you go up. Now, at the very bottom, at the Cambrian strata, are the trilobites. They show up. And so they should be very simple, right? Because they're right down there at the bottom. Now, Bill Nye, in his debate with Ken Ham, he even argued that you never see like higher, more complex organisms mixing with the lower organisms. And if you did, you'd change the world because you'd disprove evolution. So the trilobite, right off the bat, it's not a lower animal. It's not simple. It's considered one of the first creatures to show up, and so it should be simple, but it's extremely complex. The eye of the trilobite has an aplanatic lens, dual lenses, as opposed to the human eye, which has a single refractive lens. And so scientists acknowledge the design of the trilobite eye is even better than our own. And yet again, it shows up at the very bottom. This guy is able to see on the bottom of the ocean where he's at, like in murky water and stuff. This is already a problem for evolution. How does this guy show up right off the bat? You've also got some other interesting examples, like of what appears to be higher and lower animals mixing, artifacts that have been found that, man, is this what it seems to be? Very controversial, to say the least. And many would brush examples like this aside, but just as one example, consider what's called the Meister footprint. What does it appear to be to you? I mean, it's argued to be a fossilized sandal print, and it's been analyzed pretty strongly by some creationists. But notice what's in it. Okay, it has a trilobite in it. And so it just can't be what it seems to be, right? Maybe it's not a sandal print. That's possible, but we'd be able to explain that. Evolutionists wouldn't. We found human-like footprints in coal veins that are supposed to have been laid down 248 million years before humans were around. We have a pickaxe encased in sediment that's supposed to be 65 million years old, so 63 million years before humans were supposed to be around. And yet there's a pickaxe in Cretaceous sediment. How about the fossil of a mammal with a dinosaur in its stomach cavity? Mammals aren't supposed to be around that are this big with the dinosaurs yet. They don't show up until the Cenozoic. Or the existence of so-called living fossils like the coelacanth. Creatures that were thought to be ancient, extinct creatures. You find them lower in the fossil record and then they disappear from the fossil record as though they're dead and gone. And then all of a sudden, some guys are fishing and pull one up. And it's a coelacanth, and it hasn't changed in supposedly millions of years. Okay, so this proves that, number one, evolution didn't happen. And number two, just because you don't see fossils in intervening layers, it doesn't mean those creatures didn't exist then, right? Just because you don't see humans in the fossils in the Paleozoic and Mesozoic doesn't mean humans weren't there. Other things can be going on. That doesn't mean they weren't alive then. Now, while the evolutionary model struggles with these kind of anomalies because they very patently contradict evolution, these are the kind of things that be predicted by us. We would argue that just because something's lower doesn't necessarily mean it's more primitive. All kinds were created fully functional and perfect in the beginning. So you'd expect a diversity of simplicity and complexity everywhere from the beginning. Whether or not a fossil is found lower is going to be due to other factors, namely when it was buried in the flood. So in general, we would say the fossil record is reflecting the progress of the flood. Okay, so when the flood starts, all the fountains of the great deep burst forth. The first creatures that are going to get hit are ocean floor creatures. Guess what shows up in the fossil record first? Ocean floor creatures. Then the flood progresses. It starts hitting the fish. as you'd expect. Then it gets towards the coast, and so it starts hitting coastal creatures like the amphibians. And then it starts moving on to land, it hits the reptiles. Right? And then it starts finally picking up some of the mammals and birds. So the fossil record is a reflection of the death in the flood by habitat. They're being wiped out sequentially. And so it fits. Now, interestingly, when the fish show up, they stay in all the ones above it, even in the middle of the continents, right? And they don't show up first because they're not down on the ocean floor with the ocean floor critters. Number 26, fossil graveyards are clear examples of places where herds of animals were caught and unable to escape some kind of cataclysmic fossil forming event. They're found all over the world. And again, I already showed you one in Wyoming. All right, number 27, we'd expect, sedimentary rock is formed from bodies of water. Okay, so if the flood occurred, you'd expect sedimentary rock to be found prevalently in all those layers of the flood. Sure enough, of course, they are. They're the most common rocks exposed on the surface of the earth. They make up 75% of the surface rocks. They're even on mountains. Seismites, I talked about seismites and what we're finding out there in Wyoming, which remember, these are rock layers that are formed whenever you have an earthquake vibrating a layer of sandstone, a layer of sand that has water in it, and then when it turns to sandstone, you see the evidence of it being shaken up from the water and so forth. And I mentioned to you that the seismites we're finding in Wyoming, look at how big these mamas are. These are big seismites. These aren't just inches thick. These are 15 feet or more. So this is proof of large amounts of water in Wyoming, okay, and proof of enormous, never heard of earthquakes, okay? So these would have, again, probably been the earthquakes occurring due to the Pacific Ocean plate smashing into the west coast of the U.S., forming the mountain ranges like the Rockies that are out that way. 29 and 30, if the creation model is true and the incident of the Tower of Babel is true, you'd expect there to be evidence that that event happened too. Just like we expect historical evidence from stories passed down through the millennia in the case of the flood, as well as in the case of the dinosaurs. We find it with the dinosaurs too. But we'd also expect it in the case of Babel. So recall the flood legend of the Toltec Indians and the legend after the survivors left the chest in the flood. They wandered the earth until they found a place to build a zakwali, a high tower, in case another flood came. And during that time period, their languages are confused and they spread out over the earth. In China, the Miaotzu people have a flood legend where it poured for 40 days, and then there were 55 days of drizzle, and the flood covered the mountain ranges. Nuwa and his family and animals were saved in a wide boat. A bird was sent out, sacrifices made. Then the survivors made cities and spoke the same language, built a very high tower, which was wrong. God came and mixed their language. They didn't finish building the city. They were separated over the year. Dan Landis documents a lot of examples. In the Burmese legend, the people built a pagoda to try to reach the heavens, and then their God came down angrily and confused their languages and caused them to spread out. In the Congo, instead of building a tower, they balanced themselves on long poles. In the Mexican version, they built a tower out of clay. In India, it was demons, and they built an altar to the sky and were thwarted by the sky god. Africa, Greece, the Assam people, many have a story about this structure being built into the sky and the languages being confused so that the people had to be spread out. And as with the flood legends, the details don't match, but we wouldn't expect them to, because these traditions are probably being passed down orally for centuries. And if they did match, you'd assume there was some kind of collusion. But this common thread of an ancient incident involving a god, a tall structure, the confusion of languages, this is a common theme that would be predicted based on the flood model. We'll cover number 30 in our last prediction in our session tomorrow. So, the creation model is not scientific. It cannot make verifiable predictions. It's silliness, and I don't even know why you're here. So, anyway. Bottom line, Bill Nye, the pseudoscience guy, doesn't know what he is talking about. Let's see here. We've got a lot of materials video-wise on our website. Be sure to check that out. We're not really doing DVDs anymore, so all of this is available for free on our website. Tons and tons of digital materials, and we've been putting out a ton also of short videos as well as these longer series that can be great for Bible classes, that sort of thing. Science versus Evolution, this is kind of an abbreviated form of the evolution seminar I do. Is Genesis History, that's not an AP product, but I highly recommend that. Dismantling Evolution, these are Brotherhood scientists. Dismantling Evolution and Building Creation in one weekend. The video series, though, we got a ton of these and a lot of short videos that are, say, 3 to 7, 8 minutes. Dozens and dozens of these that can be great to share on your social media and so forth, let other people know about those. And I was talking about how young people and how evangelism is, they're kind of the front lines of evangelism, and I like the idea of equipping them with what they need to talk to their friends. And so I made a list of like 250 passages that I think would be good for young people to know and know how to use. And so at our congregation, I have something called Kids Prep, where on Sunday nights we take a few minutes before worship and we just work on memory work. And the congregation is there too. And I've got songs where they can memorize all of these memory verses to song to make it a lot easier to recall. So that's what these CDs are. All right, so in our session tomorrow, hopefully everybody's been, again, thinking about questions that you might have. And if you're not going to be here tomorrow, then you can always come and ask me questions before we leave today. But tomorrow morning, we're going to look at several specific other points that Bill Nye brought up that I thought were great arguments that we need to be ready to deal with. And then in our session during the worship hour, we're going to answer the question, why would a person want to be a Christian? Why would you even want to do that? Because that's really that's the problem. That's why most people don't want to become a Christian, because they think it's going to be make them not happy in some way. The denial they'll have to do or whatever. So we'll look at some arguments for why a person would want to become a Christian. Then we'll have our Q&A after lunch tomorrow. Okay, wish we had more time to cover more of those predictions, but we are out of time. And David, I'm handing it over to you. Thank you again for your attention today.
What a great day it's been, huh? Amen. I don't know if you're like me. I am certainly worn out, but in a good way. Make sure you take a look at the bookstore, spend some money, buy some books. There's some really, really good resources there. And come back tomorrow for another really good day. Any announcements that we need to make before? Okay. We'll be closed in prayer by Rob, I believe.
Let's go to our Father. Heavenly Father, thank you for this beautiful day and this time that we have together over this weekend, and for Dr. Miller and his studious work, sharing the evidence that this was all created by you, Lord. And we're so thankful that you created the heavens and the earth so long ago, and that you put us here, and that you sent your Son to suffer and die for our sins so that we can have salvation, Lord. We pray for brothers and sisters who are not well right now, and we pray that you be with them and comfort them and restore them to good health. We pray these things in your Son's Jesus' name.